Okay, we're live. That was quick, wasn't it? Yeah, and Hippie Long says he's off to Arby's. Man, does that sound good?
I'm thinking Arby's.
Kim, let's go to Arby's. No, we can't.
Yeah.
What are we going to drive? Every car's disabled.
Every car. Everything we own is junk.
No, I think the Jeep would run.
Scooch over just a hair more for me, so I can be in frame too.
Mexican Specs here.
Welcome, everyone. I'm Kim of Kim Fixes Things. I'm here with Buffdale Campo, and we're live.
Mexican Specs said he was first, except I see Bruce Colchin and Buddy Carafano before him, but he probably doesn't know that.
I heard Mexican Specs streaming in your room. I was not able to watch.
Yeah, you were doing something else.
I was distracted by dumb stuff.
Yeah, we were busy right up to the last minute here. We just walked in and turned everything on in a hurry, and Kim was trying to scoop my car over. She worked all night on my car while I was sleeping. I can't believe she did that.
I worked past dawn on the car. She
pulled my exhaust manifold off because
show me the exhaust manifold. It's sitting right there.
I don't want. I just washed my hands.
Okay, then don't pick it up because it's dirty as all hell. It's not greasy, but it's dirty.
Let's stir the sabers here.
Fine.
I'm coughing already. What the heck?
Buddy Carafano and Lester the Saber both get 3 points for being here on time. 8:30 on the nose.
Can you reach in that bag or just Tammy's bag?
Here's the bag. You can pick any beverage flavoring you like. He uses the little flavor packets, and we get an assortment. And we just, before he runs out, we try and buy new ones so he has lots of choices. Because you got to stay hydrated, folks. It's important.
Dragon fruit.
Ooh, dragon. Did you guys hear about that new Chinese disease?
Here.
Dragon ass.
Dragon ass, yeah. Yeah, Dean Stevenson was trying to speak Russian to me on Mexican Specs. Man, I went into what's his name? See, now here goes my forgetfulness.
Dean Stevenson and Stray Bullet are here 1 minute after the start time. I'll give them both 2 points for their comments. Thanks for showing up on time, guys. We appreciate it. I think it looks good on our analytics when we get people in right away.
I noticed Boat Anchor had a live going, so I jumped in there, and Dean Stevenson was there. Yeah. Then I went into Mexican Specs Live, and Dean Stevenson was there. And then we come here, and Dean Stevenson's here.
We are on early.
I said, he is everywhere.
You know what? Nobody really claims Saturday night. Like, there's times where anybody goes on, but nobody has like a listing that they're going to be on regularly on Saturday night. So we just decided we're starting, and we picked a time and got out here.
Oh, that just turned red. Look at that redness going down through the bottom.
That's lovely.
I think that was all.
So, if you guys, good work, Stray Bullet. 1,173 points. He's keeping track.
He must be getting points from somebody else.
You guys know, I issue the points, I award the points, but I can't keep track of the points. I don't got a database. I ain't got a spreadsheet. It's on your honor. You trust me. I trust you. I don't know where 1,173 points came from with Stray Bullet, but I got to take him on his honor that it came from somewhere. So, carefully document your points so I don't have to be that guy that's like, where'd you get all them points? The government.
Government points?
Taxation on the points.
Stray Bullet, 102 degrees in California today. I guess
summer's here.
Well, he's over in the valley. Must be over in the valley. Are you in the valley? No, you're up in Clear Lake? I'm trying to remember. It's I'm trying to think who's in the valley.
Buff's drinking transmission fluid.
Hippie Long's over in the valley. Probably hot over there too, Fresno.
What kind of additive package is in it? Is that lubricity in that beverage?
Lubricity.
Does it have lubricity?
I just showed everybody. Well, everybody's not coming
Stray Bullet's electricity has been off since 3 in the morning. In California.
Transmission fluid.
Oh, man.
It is.
That is some bogus stuff. They should be responsible to keep the electricity on.
What the heck happened?
California.
Yeah, he's up there where it's almost like not California, except you got to put up the California laws. But he's up there in the Clear Lake
I
area. It's
got
a pretty
nothing
nice area up
against
there.
the people of California,
Oh,
but the way that some things are run in California is severely dysfunctional. Public utilities should not be that. I mean, it's like clockwork. They fail when you need them. When it's 102,
ours goes
what are you
off
supposed to
occasionally.
do?
Ours goes off when somebody clobbers a power pole,
Ours never goes off.
or when we have it'll go off and come back on and makes everything reset.
Like a flicker.
It's when we have big old thunderstorms
We
come through.
never have outages. Like as long as I've been here, we haven't had an outage where the power was off for what, half hour one time?
Man, I don't remember being off that long.
Right? Like
Yeah.
our power is stable, but we're only a couple blocks from like the main, not main highway, but the main route between two cities. So we have fiber internet.
It's run by libtards.
And I mean, I hate to say that about it, but I don't even think it's the people running this. You know what though? People in the past who ran the state sold out the public utilities to some private corporation who then, instead of being the best interest of the people, now it's in the best interest of that corporation.
Well, but it's still...
And that corporation...
It's the Public Utilities Commission.
They should be accountable. They should have to pay fines or some kind of thing if they don't maintain that stuff. Like, they're responsible. They make tons and tons and tons of money.
You know what we have here? We have a cooperative. It's just a local cooperative, and they do really well. I've had a problem before where a tree was touching a power line, and I called them up. And I said, "Man, I don't want to cut this. You know, who do I go to?" And they said, "We'll take care of it." And they were here like in 20 minutes, and they cut the tree. They cut the branch off the tree and didn't charge me anything. It's like, okay, pretty good.
They're responsible for to the first pole, I believe.
Is it? Yeah, I don't know. Whatever it was where the lines go across our yard. They're kind of low, you know. And it was one of our trees, so I thought I was responsible for it. And they said, "No,
the oil refineries are all living the state." I mean, that's a shame. Like, I don't want to see pollution, right? Like, I'm not advocating for more pollution, but I'm advocating for like practical advances.
Well,
like push forward, but don't just drive people out of business. What happens is they're just exporting all their pollution.
I'm a real environmentalist. I don't dump oil all over the ground. I don't burn piles of tires. We
recycle old cars in the best way possible.
We recycle old cars by keeping them going.
We extract the maximum value out of this junk. Everyone is leaving the state. Not everyone, but a lot of people.
When I was in California, it was growing. And that was in the 50s, 60s, and early 70s, maybe. But
when I was young, they were saying everybody's moving to the Sun Belt. The Rust Belt is miserable. It's bad. Everybody's moving to Sun Belt. That's where you want to move. And you know what? When I was young, if I'd have moved someplace like Texas or Phoenix or California and bought a house and bought property, I could have made a bunch of money because all the values have gone way, way up.
Mexican Spec. I was part of the '89 in California.
They just keep fleecing people. Wow. Another sucker born every minute.
I left in '91. The power just came back on.
I'm so glad.
Good.
That's good. Because if it stays off too long, you'll lose.
Illinois sort of jacked up too.
You'll lose phone service and everything.
You know what's wrong with Illinois? Chicago. I know Chicago's got some good stuff like hot dogs, but I mean just the way the place is run. You know, it's just
good people, and it seems like they're powerless. Whoever they vote for just fleeces them some more. Makes more stupid rules. Government is supposed to be...
Let's talk about what we're doing.
No, this is important stuff. I want to say government is supposed to be service. Public service. Not ruler. We're not electing kings. We're electing trusted public servants who are whose concern is the public good, not twisting people around and manipulating and fleecing money out of the system to enlarge their own wallets. You know? Like they're going to get rich eventually anyways. Like when they're done, they have influence and stuff like that.
John Cope probably knows.
How much is enough? How rich they got to be before they start thinking about the people of their state, the people of their city, the people of this country? No, everybody got to get themselves disgustingly rich before they can do a damn thing for anybody else. It's deplorable. It's disgusting. They say they're going to do something. They talk up a big game. And then where's the real change? Where's the real stupid mosquito?
Oh, you got a mosquito.
Where is the real reforms? I want to see it. You know, we spend so much on military. Yes, the government's responsible for defense. That's fine. I recognize it's a real thing. But make it make sense. We don't have to spend $1 bajillion on that. Okay.
Kim took over the show.
It had to happen. They don't care. What do you got to do to make them care?
Let's
you
talk
vote them
about...
out of office, they just vote some other idiot in.
Let's talk about what we're doing.
We're working on a Ford. Hey, I was up all night working on this car. Let me tell you about what I did. Piece by piece.
Get your second camera.
I do. Let me do that. You could talk for a minute.
Yeah, let me talk for a minute.
You're like, I have no idea what's
going on. I'm lost now. I'm lost now.
What the hell's going on? I need to make some room.
Dean Stevenson says, I care, but I'm kind of greedy. Well, you're
allowed to be
are you an elected official? He's an elected official? Greedy. Cope Racing Transmission says, don't hold back. Hey, John Cope, you might know about this because you're so close to Illinois. When I was there in 1973, it had just about ended this mess, but there was a guy there that was the Secretary of State. I think that's who he was. But he was in charge of the motor vehicle department. And when you went and you got licensed your car, get anything you had to pay the motor vehicle department, you wrote the check out with his name on it. And when he died, they went in his house and there were shoe boxes, a closet full of shoe boxes, full of cash and full of checks made out to him. And that's what he was living on. It was millions and millions and millions of dollars. It never went to the motor vehicle department. It went to his closet.
Disgusting.
I can't think of that. I can't think of that.
They should dig him up, bring him back from the dead, and put him in jail for that kind of garbage. What the hell?
So he, that's how he lived. It's on everybody's. I
mean, we shouldn't ask our political leaders. It's a highly valuable position. Good leadership.
Was that who it was? Paul Powell? Was that his name?
Good leadership is an extremely valuable asset. They should
Kim,
be paid well, but
Kim, you gave the show back to me.
What is that?
So that ended like in the early 70s. That guy died in the early 70s when I was in Illinois.
Not soon enough.
His name was Paul Powell? I can't remember what his name was.
Jerk.
So.
What a jerk. Sinful. Pray for his soul, because he's probably rotten in hell.
I remember a woman there that she was so mad, she goes, I'm not writing out a check with his name on it. But that's what they required. Or he paid cash. Well, the cash went in the shoe boxes, too. Jeez. Oh, it was Paul Powell. Okay, so maybe you know about it. Yeah, the guy was in charge of that for like decades.
What the
all the money. Oh yeah, Ed Cope says, Paul. Yeah, all the money went in shoeboxes in his closet. It's like you gotta laugh now. How did that? That's Illinois.
Nobody noticed that the money was not coming in.
Somebody. He was paying somebody to keep it quiet.
Oh.
We're coming after you, Powell family. Yep, that was him.
Yeah,
wow, everybody knows.
A bunch of people had good jobs. They were getting paid a fair wage and getting promised a pension, which they probably got cheated out of. But they thought they were going to make out good if they just kept their mouths shut.
Well, Paul Powell, then, I couldn't remember his name. He went through his whole life and died a very wealthy man.
Jeez. That's just
Yeah,
sick.
he didn't even have a bank account. He had a closet full of
Just
checks in his name and money. Jeez. That's, yeah, Illinois politics. Yeah, there was a woman, I remember she was mad as hell because I'm not writing out a check with his name on it. I don't know how she got her license plate. She probably paid cash. I don't know. I really don't know.
Somebody probably gave her a hush money. Just a slush. Bullshit. Terrible.
What did he do? What did he do with all the shoes?
All the money that they collect in taxes, and it doesn't go to the public good like it should. It's disgusting. The corruption is so bad. It makes everything worse. Everybody's in it just for themselves. I mean, I would, yeah, I
Well,
want to have
I was a
success.
dummy. I didn't work for the government, except when I was in the military.
I want to have
I worked for
success. I want to make money.
I
I'm not
worked
saying people should want to be poor.
I worked for a
Come
contractor,
on.
so I didn't get any retirement.
How much is enough? How
Except,
much is enough? It's
what did he
crazy.
do with all the shoes? Oh, the shoes in the shoe boxes. I see. Yeah, I don't know. Well, with all that money, he probably just, he just had
They went to
different
that
shoes.
Brazilian lady. Who was that Brazilian politician who had all them views?
Oh, it wasn't Brazilian. That was Filipino. That was Imelda Marcos.
And they thought they were going to be like these fancy shoes. They were all just garbage. Huge collection
Imelda
of
Marcos had
cheap shoes.
like 10,000 pairs of shoes or something. And when Marcos went out of power, one of them died or something. I remember there was David Letterman did a thing where he went up in the audience and he had some donations and he called it Shoes for Imelda because she didn't have enough shoes. So he was doing some stupid routine with Shoes for Imelda. God, like she needed more. Cope racing transmissions. 3 Illinois governors have been in prison. Yeah, that's right. I forgot about that. That when you get, you don't want to be governor of Illinois because when you're finished, you go to prison.
That's not why. Because they're all crooks. Why do we elect crooks? Doesn't anybody know they're crooks? That's why they get elected, because everybody knows they'll do the crook stuff. They probably didn't spend any real time in jail.
Holding checks doesn't make sense. I think he cashed the checks and put the money in his shoe boxes.
Hoarding behavior.
So let's see.
Mental illness. Why would you
and
do
Tavo's here. Good evening, Tavo, or good day, or whatever it is. And good day means goodbye, but no, good day in Australia. It's probably daytime there, I would expect. Man, it's warm in here. Raw Dog's here? Is Raw Dog? Oh, Raw Dog, yeah.
Welcome to stream, Raw Dog. How's it
420 has another meaning. I know what 420 is.
That's the marijuana number. Okay. Let's have a look and see if we have the Elgato cam. And then I can show you all the
you got another.
stuff
She was over there setting up another camera. That's a blank spot. We're working on it. Kim's trying to get another camera going. Oh, now we lost it's just a black screen, but just hang on. I think you can still hear my voice. Oh, there's the 200 or 3.3.
Okay, however you want to do it. There we go.
Buff is gone. Buff is back. No, I'm not back.
Are you back? Is it pointing at you?
No, it's not pointing at me. It's pointing at an empty chair.
Yeah, that's not so good. Let's turn it a little bit
toward me. So I'm.
Yeah, you're gonna have to scooch this way.
I don't want to scoot that way. You had me scoot this way. Now scoot that way. Scoot. You won't point further this way? Well, I don't know. That's it.
It can.
Okay, so what we need to do is the there, perfect. Okay, the other cam is unfocused. Oh, man,
Well,
I got
we
eye
haven't
trouble.
aimed it at anything
I've
yet.
got eye trouble really bad right now, and I don't know why. I'll tell you, everybody, I am struggling with. There are days where I struggle with eyesight, and usually it's because I've got some imbalance with carbs. And right now, I'm struggling with it.
Old man problem.
Old man problems. That giant text on that screen right now,
Not big enough.
it is. I can read it, but
I can bump it up a size or two.
barely.
It'll just
I
move a
need to
little
take my
quicker.
glasses off and rub my eyes or something. I
Let
think
me.
what I did was I didn't eat enough. I think my blood sugar's probably low or something.
There. I zoomed in one space. It'll move a little faster, but it'll be easier to read. The other cam is focused on the cord. Yeah. I'll have to set it up here. I'll get it. Guys. I'm sorry.
I'm struggling with this.
You're gonna be okay.
I'll be okay, but just then we left the house in a hurry. I'm gonna blame Mexican Spec.
Mexican spec.
I was on Mexican Specs
You were.
live when I should have been getting ready to come up here, and I couldn't quit. I had to stay there and watch his because it was interesting. And so I didn't eat anything. We should all eat. No, don't use all caps. Well, anyway, Kim was. I'll just repeat what I was saying. Kim was up here all night working on my car while I was sleeping, and she pulled the. You just killed your camera.
Damn it!
So
It's so difficult.
she pulled the exhaust manifold off my car because it had an exhaust leak. But I thought I was going to have a car that was. I was so excited. We had the window in it, and it's working well, and I got the battery in it, and everything's working so well. But then Kim found the loose steering tie rod thing, so I ordered tie rod pieces. But then she decided to take my exhaust manifold off, and there's a bunch of broken studs because they were rusted. And so now I've got a disabled car again.
A little bit.
Why don't I eat? Because I'm in the shop and we don't have food up here. Kim, I'm about ready to stumble back to the house and get something to eat.
You should.
But I don't want to stumble down there. So I'm just going to sit here and I'm going to sit here for a minute or two and see if things get better. I might send you down there. It's a Fox Mustang with a 6 inline. Even a Mustang.
Sure is.
Oh.
It's not a Mustang. It's something else.
Yeah.
It's something or other.
Colleen's here. Good evening.
So you guys might not recognize.
Order a pizza. You know how freaking good that sounds?
All that bread.
Oh, man. Sounds good. Kim, can we just order a pizza? Oh, and Hippie Long. Yeah, went to Arby's. Arby's sounds really good.
Is that focused in a little bit?
It's sort of focused, but it's not focused on. Oh, that's focused really well now.
Okay, there you go. So before we worked on the brakes, and I cleaned up that inner corner and of the engine bay. And then last night I had some time.
Mama, I could read that. Things are focusing a little better.
Mama times mama. You might be dehydrated too.
Well, that's why I drank almost the whole
That'll
water already. Now I'm hungry, and I bet my blood sugar's low.
We were over there. You wouldn't eat.
I know, because I was in a hurry, because I stayed on Mexican Specs thing, and then I went and I took a.
You could watch on your phone.
I took a shower in a hurry, and then I hustled up here.
So I took all that. I took a horn off. I took that overflow box off. I took the motorcraft box out of there.
Horn
moved
off.
all the wire. Look how pretty. Look how shiny it is.
It is horn off. That sounds like something foul language.
It is foul language.
Okay, and we have no fear now. So
Hey,
it's starting to see a little bit better.
Mr. Dudster, welcome to the stream. Okay, so I cleaned out that corner really nice. I mean, it looks sharp. It's detailed, it needed that. It was all yucky.
How about the inside of that container?
I took it out and rinsed it out, scrubbed it out with a little bit of green soap, and put it back in there.
So is this
go
better?
Look at it. It looks
I can't
fresh.
see shit right
It was
now.
full of mud and old garbage.
Yep.
It's not even a small block. That's right. It's a 6. It's a good 6 though. It runs really
Except it's going
well.
to be really noisy now with like that 6 open ports.
Well, we're gonna put headers on it, and
I've got a set of headers. I mean, now would be the
yeah,
time, but I just want to put the manifold back on.
we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Because if we put headers on, I don't know how we're gonna connect to
Then
the
we got to
existing
connect the other
exhaust.
end. That's right. So this will bolt up once we. But now we got all these broken bolts in the head. We got to get them out of the head. So
We're out far enough from town that no one will come out here and deliver. It's too far.
here's the thing. Today's what, Saturday. So
That's true, Mexican spec. If we offered to give them a huge tip, they would come.
what?
Just a tip.
I had pizzas delivered here before.
Yeah.
But I tipped them well.
Yeah.
But they came all the way out here. I was surprised.
That pizza place right across from Food Lion, they would come up here. It's not.
You know what?
Far.
I went up there and bought a pizza one time.
Wasn't
I
good.
was really into pizza, and I'm not supposed to have it, but it was before you were here. So I drove up there and I got a meat lover's pizza.
Yeah.
And I came back down here and I ate the first piece. I was hungry. It was good, but it was kind of salty. The second piece, I started noticing it was so salty I couldn't eat any more of it. It's like, why did they put so much salt on this pizza?
Pepperoni meats. The meats
No,
are salty.
they salted the pizza.
Oh.
So I don't know if they always do that or they just somebody screwed up and the top came off the salt thing or what. I don't know. But I haven't been back, but I should probably give them a second chance.
I remember back in the 80s they put 4 cylinders in the Fox bodies. 4-cylinder with a 5-speed. They were a zippy little car.
Not this car.
Fox bodies though.
My other one, my first one, my 79 Futura coupe that looked just like this. It had a 4-cylinder and a 4-speed.
Okay.
And I removed it. Well, I drove it around for like a year like that. Tick, 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 something ticking in there. And it turned out to be a broken piston. Oh, what are you doing?
I'm moving this scene 4 out of the way because we don't use it so much.
So I took that out and I built a 302 and a C4 and put it in there. And man, that thing was what a fun car that was. Kim's doing something. She's doing something with the.
Oh, this is
doing something with the camera.
There we go. That's a little better.
So that was my first.
Nobody
one.
wants to see the.
That was my first one, my first Futura coupe, and so the 4-cylinder came out. When I took it apart, there was a chunk of piston down in the pan, and it broke off. It had broken off right on the
skirt.
Right on the oil ring land down. It was just gone, and that's what that tick 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 noise was. That piston in there rocking back and forth, and that cylinder was really nasty looking. So, but it kept running. Hey, Steve Edwards, I was in his live today, and so was Dean Stevenson, and Steve Edwards was actually in his own live.
Cool.
He was boat anchor live with Steve Edwards in there.
Nice. Okay,
that was
so
pretty cool.
We're talking about pizza a lot. I was supposed to be talking about the car.
I want pizza now, or Arby's, but none of these places are close. I'm hungry. That's the problem.
Getting that. Okay.
I'm starting to. I can see all the chat really well now. So whatever was messed up in my eyes is.
Did you drink anything today while you were watching YouTube?
I did.
Okay.
And I just drank almost a whole bottle of water. So. Stray bullet. Nobody delivers pizza here either.
DoorDash is nice, and then you use that whatchamacallit pay where you pay in 3 payments until you're so debt you just
pay with 3 payments.
Yeah, you make 3 payments on your DoorDash, and then you don't pay it back, and then you go bankrupt. And then you have bad credit.
Go eat Buff. Go eat Buff.
I know, Stray Bullet. I try to tell them.
We're far enough.
I'll go get started.
We're close enough to town that it's not really inconvenient, but we're far enough away from town that deliveries are probably not the way to go.
What if I got put fish sticks in the oven, put a timer on them, come back here, and then run back up
Are
there
those
when they're
fish
done.
sticks going to be okay?
Yeah.
They were part of what thawed out in the bad refrigerator. But you think they're okay?
See, that's the thing. The refrigerator didn't completely thaw out.
Well, it was by the time we got the other one up and running, the stuff in the freezer was 50,
Well, I can go over to Dollar General and get a box of
58
fish sticks
degrees.
if you want. It'll only take me
No,
2 minutes.
I was thinking don't we have tortillas in the refrigerator?
Yeah.
You know, a couple of tortillas would probably suffice. You have cookies.
No, they're all gone. But I can
Oh,
go
you
buy
ate
some
the
cookies at the store if you want a couple of
No, that's not
cookies.
what I should be eating. Cutter Down Garage is here. I
See
got.
this? I'm like trying everything. He doesn't. He doesn't
No,
want.
I don't. I want you to be here. And if you go into town, that's like
I can go over to the dollar store. It's not far. I'll
what?
be right
What would
back.
be at the dollar store
They
we
got
could
all
eat?
kind of food in there. It's not like good or cheap. I mean, it's not high quality food, but you got to eat something. And they have a little frozen section. Buy
And
some
nothing
fish
tastes
sticks.
better than low quality food. Why is
That's not true. That's not true.
that? Just go to the low quality food section, and man, is that stuff good.
Cutter Down Garage just got the stage one packing van for a camping trip. Sounds fun. Mrs. Mexican Speck went to sleep, and I'm hungry. Before you say anything, she makes better food than I do. I believe
Oh,
it.
they were talking about at his live. They were talking about tacos or something else. Oh, tacos sounds
Do
good.
not do buy now, pay later on your DoorDash.
Take out a loan
That is
for your
not a good
dinner.
idea. If you
Take out a
cannot
loan.
afford it
Take
today,
out a loan for your
do
dinner.
not buy a hamburger today to pay Friday. That is how you get into all kinds of financial trouble.
Kim, I'm thinking, what do we have? Oh, what's talames? Talames. Oh, talames is actually tamales. It's just a fat fingered it. Yeah, tamales. Oh, tamales are so good. We don't have any tamales. Um, Man, that's something I miss from Arizona because there were so many Mexican people there. There's always somebody selling tamales. They're always good.
He just needs me to cook for him.
No, I was just thinking, what can we just go down there and grab and bring back up from the house? Um, 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 what do we have in the refrigerator? I know we have. Um,
There's lunch meat and cheese in the cheese drawer. I don't know what kind of canned goods there are, but there's probably tuna and probably chunk chicken in the can. There's that tomato and okra mix in a
I
can.
ate that.
There was more. I saw a
Oh,
can of
okay,
it right
okay.
there.
Well, I ate okra today.
Oh,
That probably doesn't have a lot of carbs in
that
it.
just has salt
Uh, yeah, I ate canned okra.
I can't believe how difficult it is to get you to eat.
I was distracted, and then time got away from me. You know, this seems like the color's getting richer and richer.
You know why it looks so dark?
I don't. Oh, I forgot to plug the lights in. Does that make a difference? I forgot to turn the lights on.
Yeah, it's set up to be on with the lights. Although it's a little bit, there's a lot more
It's
glare in our
it's a little bit
glasses.
rich. Um,
I
Greased
can
monkey.
tune it down if you think it's too
Greased.
much.
It's not greased monkey. Greased
Grilled
monkey.
cheese. We don't have any bread because we
Oh
generally
God, does
don't
that
eat bread.
sound good? Grilled cheese sounds good. You know what was really good? We bought those stupid buns that I wasn't supposed to eat, and I ate them. Um, I think with the meds I'm taking right now, it's keeping my blood sugar low enough that
I would think.
I'm able to eat a little bit, a few more carbs, which is good for me. Uh, oh man, why is this camera not pointing the right direction? Is that this way? Oh, it's because I have moved, and then you moved that way.
I wanted you to be comfortable with where the screen is.
Mopars, Mustangs, minivans, ramen and sandwiches for the win. when you want to build something. Cheese crackers and
I don't even get
sausage
to
and
talk about the car project because we're busy talking about the food
because
that we're not going to eat.
so hungry. Okay, let's talk about the car project.
No, I want you to eat.
Okay,
Have you made a
so
decision? I'll
so
go to the
here's
store. I'll cook. I don't know what else to
I
do.
was gonna say so I could stumble down to the house and look for something and hopefully not fall because
Oh
I'm a
God!
little weird.
Drive the tractor over there.
Or 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 you could run to the dollar store. What do they have in the dollar store that would be good?
I don't know because everything I mentioned you're against it.
Oh, I'm not against it.
Drive up to the dollar store and find something to eat. Come back when you're ready.
I'm not gonna. I can't drive like
I'll
this.
do naked striptease to entertain them so they don't all
Ooh,
leave when you
ooh.
go.
No, I want to stay here for that.
Nope. That's what you get for not eating it. It's treat.
Greased Monkey 75. Hi from northern Minnesota. Hey, it's been a while since I've been in Minnesota. Minnesota. I used to live in South Dakota, about this far from Minnesota, and it was a good time in my life. It's I am really glad that I lived in that part of the world for a while. It was a good experience. Although the, the winters were quite cold, but I was 11 years old and 12 years old, and so cold weather was kind of cool because you go out and play in the snow and then you come in when you're too cold. But my father had to dig the cars out of the snow and had to do all that. Later in my life, I lived in Ohio where I was the one out there digging the cars out of the snow. That wasn't so much fun. So when I was 11 and 12 years old, it was uh, it was a good time. I feel bad for my father. He had to dig the cars out of the snow. Kim, you gonna go get me something? Thank you. It doesn't really matter. Oh, Kim, I'm sorry. Are you upset with me? Oh, she's upset with me now. Or do like Uncle Tony and order a pizza delivery. Man, one time he was down there doing a live from his shop. Oh, it was a while ago because it was the first shop he had. And man, they were in the middle of some project. And somebody ordered him pizza, and I ordered him pizza, and they had a lot of pizza there. Yeah, this is the cake, the lid for the cake. Some kind of carrot cake. Actually, that was Kim's carrot cake. Uh, she's upset with me now. She wanted me to go, but my vision's so bad that right now I can't drive to the store. Oh yeah, and I'm sorry, everybody. I got I got carried away talking about something. Did the viewer send a pizza one time to Tony on live? Yes. Yeah, there were two of us that sent pizza there. And I remember what I did. I gave him $100 super chat. He got mad at me for doing that. That was back when I was working and earning good money. I threw him $100 super chat. Oh, that was crazy. Oh, Buff, you make Kim mad. Yeah, I'm sorry. I feel bad now because I think she wanted me to drive to the store, but I shouldn't be driving when my vision's this bad. When my vision's this bad, and it occasionally happens, I I ask him to drive and I ride in the car because I don't know. When you get older, you got to know what your limits are, and you know when you shouldn't be driving a car. And yeah, right now is not the time for me to be driving a car, and I understand that. Toaster says pasta is tasty, but a stack of carbs, just like crackers and cooked carrots. You know, cooked carrots are good sometimes. Kim will make we have a crock pot, and she'll put something in the crock pot and have a bunch of, like a stew or something. There'll be cooked carrots in there, and I'll eat some of them, but I got to be careful with that. I shouldn't be just piling on the cooked carrots. It's all my fault. My live was so engaging. You know what? Your live was kind of like a boring picture watching the Chevy Impala sit there and the Buick. But then you started walking around with a camera and showing other cars and showing stuff, and then that was when you were well into the live, and I was enjoying that, and that was pretty good. And of course, what you and Mrs. Mexican Spec were talking about, that was good too. Mexican Spec. Let's see. That would be scary. The guy knew the address. Raw dog rhubarb desserts are really good, man. Last time I had rhubarb was probably, man. I bet that was a big deal in South Dakota. People walk around. Is that what they were eating rhubarb with sugar on it? My mother didn't want me to eat it. She says that stuff's poisonous. I'd go next door to the neighbor. We'd be eating it anyway. Mexican Spec. Nobody asked me about the VW turn signal lights on camera. I guess not. Kevin Smith. First time as a mod, and I'm late. That's okay. That's why I have a few mods, because like Mexican Spec is almost always here, but sometimes he's got to do something and he's got to leave, so we got another mod in here. Uh, so I thought about it. You asked about it. Toward the end of the last live, I just popped in there and made you a wrench. Oh man, so there, next, the previous shop address was known. Stray Bullet, you guys are making me hungry. I thought you did buy food. Oh no, it wasn't you. It was Hippie Long got food, I think. Uh, Old McDonald. Tomorrow's June 1st, and I have to cover my garden plants for hard frost. Unbelievable. Oh God. Yeah, that's bad. June 1st. Yeah, it's starting to. It's not real warm here this year. We've had a rainy year. Uh, Grease Monkey. I ate that as a kid. Rhubarb with sugar. Yeah, is that a thing like in South Dakota and Minnesota? I remember that as a kid eating rhubarb with sugar on it, and that was a thing there. I don't remember that anywhere else though. Raw dog, my grandma has a patch of rhubarb growing. Yeah, that area of the country. I think so. Wow, Old McDonald just had a rhubarb pie tonight for dessert, homemade. Yeah, it's a thing in that area of the country. Stray Bullet, 102 in California today. Yeah. Uh-oh, my camera's gonna get hot. Here, I gotta blow some air through the camera. Maybe that fixes it. Maybe not. That camera gets hot sometimes. Stray Bullet, all my food got ruined. Oh no. Oh, 'cause it got so hot. Rhubarb and strawberries together in a pie. Raw dog, my birthday is June 14th. Ah, Flag Day. I will be 23. I don't think I put the camera in the same place. I don't know. Stray Bullet, strawberry rhubarb pie. They know what that is in California? Let's see here. See, in California, I lived in California until I was 11 years old, and I never knew what rhubarb was. I never even heard of it. When we moved to South Dakota, that's when I found out about it. Let's see, Dougster, going to another round of tank rusting on Lady Dougster's Triumph 900 motorcycle. Then I'm going to etch the tank and seal it with Pour 15 products soon. Oh, Pour 15 has products for the inside of it, fuel tank. Really? I didn't know that. Mexican Spec says, Raw Dog, happy early birthday. So you're old enough to rent a car, right? Oh, yeah, to be old enough to rent a car, right? 23? I remember when I couldn't rent a car. Uh, Mexican Spec says, so much food talk, and Mrs. Spec is asleep. Didn't you get your tacos or whatever you were going to eat after your live? Oh, man. 27 or 72? Man. Yeah, what happened all those years in between? I remember I was like, couldn't wait to be 21. And then I went up to the liquor store and I bought a 6-pack of beer and they didn't even card me. I was so disappointed. I thought, man, I could have been buying beer all this time. That was pretty funny. Uh, Now I'm 71 and now they card me every, because in Tennessee, they card you. You could be 95 years old. They required to card you. It's stupid. Do I look like I'm under 21? It's like, oh, well, we have to card you. All right, whatever. Well, and you know what I get carded here for, which is really stupid? I buy non alcoholic beer. NA. The beer says NA on the can, no alcohol. And they card me. And they say, well, anything that's Budweiser or any beer company, we have to card you. So they card me for, I'm trying to think what it is. Sometimes I buy the Budweiser non alcoholic beer, and sometimes I buy the Bush NA, which is $2 a 6-pack cheaper. So I buy Bush NA, and I don't buy it very often. But then they want to see an ID. I just shake my head. You got to be kidding me. No, it's the rules. All right, whatever. Yeah, and Tavo's here. Good evening. What's all that food? Man, you got pizza and cheeseburger, uh, hot dogs. Oh man, bacon. Mexican Spec says no, Buff. We don't go. We didn't go out. I was, of course, in Vegas for my 21st birthday and got thrown out of a casino the night before my birthday. Yeah, tomorrow I'll be okay. The warden can't cook anymore. Raw Dog, you will tell me it's not real Mexican food. When you have no other choice, you can do that. We have fresh food all around us. Hamadanners. Hamadanners. Is that right? Welcome. I got carded for smokes, and then they refused to sell me smokes, so I went to the tobacco shop down the road. Dean Steven Satavo is making up for the gigapixels I'm not using. Man, everybody thinks you're both down under, so you must know each other, but you're what, like 1,500 miles apart? Maybe further. Or it's in kilometers, probably 2,000 kilometers apart from each other, because one of you is in New Zealand, and the other one's in Australia. So of course you're like way, way, way apart. You're just on the same end of the earth. Kevin Smith, they carded me for buying spray paint. What? I remember getting carded for buying glue for my model cars. I used to buy the glue when I was a kid, and then later get we had to have an ID for it, make sure we were over 18. I thought that was crazy because stupid people are sniffing the stuff instead of putting model cars together. Dougser says if you shop right, you can make taco B. See, in the refrigerator we have tortillas, and that's why I was kind of hinting around to Kim is just grab me a couple of tortillas and walk back up here. But she decided to go to the store instead. I don't know what she's doing. Hippie Long, our Walmart has everything locked up, including underwear. I was in the Walmart, I don't know, probably 2 years ago, and there were two kids in there. Oh, I know where I was. It was in Oregon, in a Walmart, and there were two kids in there. grabbing the spray cans and just spraying them around. The parents are there, and I go, you know, do something about this. And they didn't get, I don't care. We don't care. Go ahead, spray the paint. That's what they told their kids. And they're just spraying paint everywhere. I, I'm like, don't do that, kids, you know? Dougster, I want to make homemade Mexican pizza from Toxic Hell. Stray bullet, California life, hippie. Tavo, he's practically family. Uh, Kevin Smith, my niece worked at Taco Bell, said they put oatmeal in taco meat. Really? Raw dog, they really carded me for silly string. For silly string. Stray bullet, quesadillas, Buff. You know, what's a quesadilla? Isn't that tortilla with cheese on it or something? I mean, we got tortillas and cheese down there. That's kind of what I was hoping she'd do is just walk down to the house and get me a couple of tortillas. I didn't want to walk down there. It's dark here, and I'm feeling woozy like this. I'll be. I need to hold on to something. That's what the famous writer Hunter said. He had great legal assistance. I'd not get high off those. Stray bullet. I think that's soy that they use. Lester Saber deleted his message. DC was in Hunter S. Thompson and would have gotten off. I don't know who that is. Hippie long with tortillas laying around. Can't make quesadillas in time to grill cheese. DC was a case of ease. Ease. That will get me arrested in New Zealand. That is. Lester Saber, I don't think there is any real meat in Taco Bell meat. You know, I used to eat at Taco Bell sometimes, but then when I was in um, where did I work last? Up in Ohio. It was in 22. I was up there, and the only thing close to my hotel was a Taco Bell. And I went in there and I got some tacos and brought them back to the hotel, and they were all crunched up. You couldn't eat. You couldn't hold them. They were just all broken up. I don't know what they did. So I went down to the downstairs in the hotel and got a spoon or something. Went up there. I was eating my tacos with a spoon. Let's go ruckus and rush. Oh, Kim's gonna be mad at me. She's gone this long. She drove to the store. I hope she didn't get in a dart because she got stuck in the dart last night. All the gas leaked out of the tank. She'd probably take the Jeep. I hope she's taking the Jeep. Actually, I was hoping she'd just go down to the house and get something. I don't know what she was thinking. Hopefully she's got her phone with her. Sir Bullet says, I've had them broken like that. Yeah, I quit going to the Taco Bell in that little town in Ohio because I didn't want broken up tacos like that. They were just like crumbled up, in a little bag that the taco comes in. It was just dump it out on a plate. It was pretty bad. Tasted okay. But, yeah. Well, anyway, Kim took my exhaust manifold off and had a bunch of broken bolts. So I guess that's what we're doing tonight. And then I got that rubber stuff I'm going to put underneath the battery. So I got to pull the battery back out and put that there. X and spec. If I wanted one, I couldn't find a hard shell taco to save my life. They aren't a thing. Really? I like the hard shell tacos. What do they do in Mexico? They have the soft ones? I guess what I've heard in Mexico, different areas of Mexico have different kinds of tortillas, but maybe you can fill me in on that because I like the crunchy shell tacos. Man, Raw dog. I like the grilled cheese burritos from there. I used to work at Taco Bell for 6 months. Really? Yeah, corn tortillas. I like the yellow corn tortillas, but I suspect says soft tortillas. Those are soft tortillas. Those are the flour tortillas. Straight Bill, it says street tacos. Yeah, that's what I buy. The street taco tortillas, the small ones. Mexican spec says yes in oil, but I haven't done that in a long time. Yeah, one of these days, before I get old enough that my heart quits beating, I want to go to Mexico. I want to take the bus down to where Mexican Spec lives, just to do it. Some of it to see Mexican Spec, some of it for the experience of riding the bus through Mexico, because I think they have pretty nice buses there. And oh yeah, Mexican Spec says I can't eat flour tortillas. Yeah, you've got Kim's here, or somebody just opened my one or the other. Those tiny little corn tortillas, Buff. Yeah, that's what I get. The tiny little corn tortillas. Kim walked in here. What did you get? Did you drive somewhere? Oh, she's mad at me now. I was thinking you got mad and left.
No, I went and called.
Yeah, Lesto Saber says, do you need to pull the gas tank in Kim's Dart? We don't know what we need to do. We need to put some gas in it enough that we can find where it's leaking out.
Last time it was leaking, I was able to find it while taking it.
Хорошо. Thank you. Хорошо. That means good in Russian. This is, oh, you just went to the house, right?
Yeah.
Oh, cool. I was afraid you were going to go drive somewhere. Oh, look what she brought me. Look at what she brought me. She put little street taco tortillas in the, she did not microwave these. She put them in the toaster oven. I can tell because they're crispier. And this is really good. Let's see, with some bacon, Kevin. Boogeyman or late Boogeyman. Davo, did you tell them don't use cutlery to eat pizza?
That's against the law in some states.
Oh man, you brought all kinds of good stuff. You brought stuff for me and you brought stuff for you.
Well,
oh, this is good. We're going to have food.
I brought you sugar-free honey mustard dipping sauce, if you like.
Sugar-free honey dipping sauce.
Oh, this shrimp.
I'm going to give a shout out to this guy. He doesn't even know who I am. G. Hughes. He has dressings, all kinds of stuff that's sugar-free, no carbs, and man, it is good stuff. And I continue to buy his stuff. I don't know what all this is, Kim, but it sure looks good. See what I'm doing? I'm putting this meat and this peppers on this taco thing, and I'm going to eat in front of everybody. I'm sorry.
Look. There's kielbasa. Actually, it's Polish sausage. Tortilla. And shrimp. Oh, you can't really tell. See. Shrimp with pepper rings. There's food.
Oh, Kim, you did good here.
There's food in the house. It's
Thank
not
you
like
so
I
much.
Starved him.
Right. That's what I thought. I asked you to go down there and not go to the store.
He just looks around, and there's nothing that he can just shove right in his mouth. And he's like, there's nothing to eat.
Kim, this is wonderful. Thank you.
Yeah, peppers. Pepper ring. Mild pepper rings. Yellow peppers.
Look at that. Peppers. Oh.
I got base bitched so bad tonight.
These little things. What?
So bad. You just base bitched me right out of the fucking shop. Pardon my French.
Here's the thing.
He's like, what I really need is somebody to cook me some dinner.
You know what?
Bitch, go make me a sandwich.
You know what it was, Kim? I did not want to walk down there in the dark.
I ran into the frame of that Spitfire and fell over it, and fucking I have bruises all over my fucking body. It's not funny. I didn't want to come here first thing and bitch. I take care of this man. I would not just do that shit for anybody. He's a pretty good guy.
You know, I knew I couldn't drive down there. So I couldn't walk down there. So thank you. The only way I was going to walk down there was with somebody else.
I don't know what to do. I was like,
I
what do
appreciate
you
it.
want
Thank
to
you.
eat?
I,
I don't know.
I was afraid you were going to drive to the store. That's why I said,
He ate all day. He has diabetes.
well, I ate that. I ate some.
Anyways, we got food now. We got food for a small army now.
I ate some of
You
that.
see how much food's in that plate over there?
There's another plate. Oh, geez. That's what she did. She cooked a whole.
How many times have you seen? It is the oldest meme that couples cannot figure out what they want to eat. They argue about who.
Yeah, I told everybody what happened. I was on. Yeah, Kim gets 10 points. She gets to
Thank you,
give
Cutter Down Garage.
points, her own points. I stayed on Mexican Specs live all the way to the end. But I should have grabbed my phone and taken it in the bathroom and taken my shower while I was listening to it. But I didn't do that. I stayed there and I watched because pointing the camera out, it got real interesting. So then I went and took my shower. And then I realized, I'm like, Kim, we're out of time. All of a sudden, it's like panic. I'm out of time. And, oh, you did trip.
Oh yeah, I ran. I'm like an idiot. I saw it over there in the dark.
Kevin's got a wrench now. He's giving away 1,000 points at a time.
Thanks, Kevin. You guys got to remember the term base bitch.
So
it's not necessarily a term of endearment, but it's not necessarily an insult. But when you do it to somebody.
So what I did was I said, man, I'm running out of time. And then Kim all of a sudden goes, 8:30. It's almost 8:30. And she panics. And I said, I asked you first if 8:30 was okay. And she goes, yeah, but the time went away. I said, yeah, the time evaporated. I'm sorry.
But I ate and brushed my hair and did my stuff. I just hadn't put my shoes on yet.
So I didn't eat. I hustled up here. And we were out of time.
Told him to stop and eat. Anyways, I'll just talk about food. You guys are generous to stay here and hang out with us while we're eating our dinner. I think it's kind of rude, actually. Although
I did have somebody on here that comes in sometimes tell me on whatever the hell he chats with me on Instagram or something. He says that was really rude to eat on during a live. So sorry about that.
It is an act of love. Acts of service is one of those love languages.
Mexican Spec. Hey, can we send him some tortillas? All right. Oh, he could eat these. These are corn. I don't know if you can eat these.
He'll be all right. He'll be all right.
Yeah, but Mrs. Mexican Spec went to sleep before they ate anything, so he doesn't cook his own food, I guess. So he's
I mean, in partnerships, people have to take roles.
You know
Sometimes.
What? You know what? All of a sudden, I don't know if it's the carbs or what, but all of a sudden my vision is clearing up quickly. I see Kevin Smith and I see his little, what do you call it, avatar thing. And there's a truck there. I'd never even seen that before. And now I'm focused enough.
The screen is clear.
I'm focused enough I can see that.
Bum, 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 bum. I can see clearly now the carbs are up.
I was waiting for the song to be right. I was about ready to sing it right. You said the carbs are up. I can't believe that straightened my vision out that quickly. It couldn't have. It couldn't have straightened it out that quickly. How did I get here first? I walked up here with Kim, and it was still a little bit light out. And what did I say on the way up here?
You were a little wobbly.
I said I'm kind of wibbly wobbly.
I was already mad. Why are we leaving the house before we ate?
So
try these shrimp. I cooked them in the rings. They're pretty yummy.
Or
put some of the pepper rings on the next tortilla.
My mouth is kind of full. Just a second.
The pepper rings with the tortilla, they go pretty well.
I put a bunch of pepper rings in the tortilla.
No.
I did that. You see a truck? I don't. What, on Kevin Smith?
Kevin's little circle icon thing is some kind of truck.
It is a truck. It's an older truck because
It's a little
the
blue
hood goes in
flare
like this,
side.
and it's like a, I don't know what it is. 1950.
I feel a little less
19
angry too now that I ate.
54.
Although I had an ear of corn a little while ago.
Oh, that would have brought my carbs up, but I didn't do that.
There was only
Well,
one.
what happened was, I just was panicked. We're going to be late for our own live, and it's already up for 8:30, and I just said we got to go, so I didn't eat.
Who goes till 8 or till 8 o'clock in the day and doesn't eat anything?
I did.
You were up this morning for
I
hours.
ate that can of okra, but that was this morning. Yeah.
Someone help me talk some sense into this man. I don't know what to do. Yeah, his avatar. It's a model truck.
Ah, I was really close. What did I say? 1954? Something like that.
1954 F1.
And that's what it is.
And Dougster has the Hastings Tough Guy. It looks a little bit like Where's Waldo?
Well, see, I always know Dougster, I know what it's going to be because it's the same every time. But Kevin Smith, I never noticed that before. And Mexican Spec, his is that bright green, which I really like. That bright green, whatever that thing is called, carryall.
Suburban?
Suburban.
Oh.
Yeah, I like that. I like that color. I like that truck. It's perfect. And Tavo's is really easy because he's got the Tavo logo. And Lester the Saber just has a L.
Well, welcome everyone to our garage shop dinner. Oh.
Look what she brought me. A jumbo shrimp. Now, does that make any sense?
See?
Buddy Carapanos is. O'Reilly and
O'Reilly's Camelon.
E. Stevenson, PB Tech.
All right, everybody who called out
Kevin
their advertisers,
Camelon
you get 2 points for telling us about the advertisers. Camelon. Who does Camelon? Does anybody do that?
Oh, we got camera issues.
That's for people in the suburbs. Got nice lawns. We don't do it. We got.
Gotta cool the camera
If it
off.
weren't for weeds, we wouldn't have grass out here.
Our lawn is big enough that you can cut the weeds. It still looks like a lawn because you see it it looks like a golf course out there till you get close.
Yeah. From 50 foot.
Until Kim goes out there and spins around in my yard. But
I can't wait till the Bronco's ready. I'm going to make a ruts.
She hasn't done that. Yeah, buff headroom, max headroom, camera jittering. Sorry about that.
You're allowed to make emojis.
Chemtrails.
Chemtrails? The camera is hungry? Yeah, it's getting dizzy. We gotta feed it.
Kim, this is excellent. I needed this. I really needed this. I'm sorry I didn't eat before I left the house.
I forgive you.
It was a stupid thing to do, but I was, see, Kim will be late sometimes. If she has to do something, she'll just be a few minutes late. And my whole life, not my whole life, but most of it, I was either in the military or working for the military and not late in the military. You do not do that. And then when I was working at the aircraft factory, I was the guy in charge. And the guy in charge, there's two kinds of people in charge. One kind of person just goes, hey, I'm in charge. I'll be late. And the other kind of person that's in charge goes, I cannot be late. I have to be there first. I have to be the one that opens the door. I have to be there when everybody else is there. And I was one of those guys. So my whole life, I was not late. If I was late, it was once or twice because there's a stupid train on the tracks or some dumb shit like that. So I'm programmed to not be late. And Kim is like, doesn't matter. I'm like,
That's not true.
Well, if you're like 2 minutes late to the live, you're 2 minutes late to the live.
I would rather be late than show up unprepared. It's a different viewpoint. When you show up and you didn't eat, and then you're funny and you can't produce what you're supposed to be doing, like when I work
Kryptonite.
when I work construction.
Mm-hmm.
Part of showing up on time was having your lunch packed and prepared.
Look at this, Mike.
If you came to work without a lunch, you weren't going to have anything to eat. And then you'd be miserable all afternoon because you didn't eat a lunch. Because we start early. You know what I mean? So it was a long day. And if you didn't have something to eat, you were not going to do well in the afternoon.
I was like that out at the test site. If I didn't take food out there, I was screwed. And there were days I was screwed. I just went 12 hours with no food. I know.
It's a different kind of wrong, but it's the same as not showing up on time. It's the same kind of thing as not showing up time, not showing up prepared. I'm just saying, be prepared. Don't be a dumbass and take your dart out without gas in the tank.
Last night.
And then you have to make him get the gas can and come and rescue you.
Last night, she goes,
thank you for rescuing.
She goes, I'm going to a meeting.
He had to drop what he was doing.
Yeah.
He was watching his...
I said, what vehicle are you taking? She goes, I'm taking the Dart. I said, is it good? She goes, it's good. Okay.
It has been. I haven't had no problem.
So I said, I'll turn my ringer on my phone in case she gets stuck somewhere. It's not even 5 minutes. My phone's ringing. She goes, you got to come get me. What? Where are you? She goes, the bottom of the hill. There's a hill that goes down like this, and it goes up here. Every road comes down to the bottom of this place.
Right down to the health club. I was like, I'm not going nowhere.
She goes, I'm at the health club at the bottom of the hill.
It's stalled, coasting down the hill.
I said, that's the same place you got stuck in that car last time.
And I was like, that's weird. It usually doesn't stall at idle. Some cars do, but it has a nice, strong idle. It doesn't usually stall at idle. So I tried to restart it.
I said it's going to be
immediately restalled.
I said it's going to be a couple minutes because I don't have my shoes on.
There's just enough slope that I was able to pull up over the curb and into the health club there.
So I said,
I popped the hood and the fuel filter was empty. I was like, oh man, something's wrong. It's either the pump or the tank or a broken rubber line.
Does the gas gauge work? No.
You know what? That's not true. Remember?
Well, it works something. It works enough. She knows how much gas.
We put a new sending unit in it. I cleaned all the contacts. I put in a aftermarket voltage regulator because it runs on 5 volt instead of 12. So I put in a special voltage regulator. I adjusted it. We added gas. We verified that it showed properly. Yeah. But it's been a few months and now it doesn't seem to work. Or maybe it does work and the tank's just always been pretty empty. But I put a couple gallons of gas in it and it wouldn't really come up. So I was like, what the heck?
So she put gas in it and then it ran out of gas.
If the only problem I'm having is the gauge doesn't work, I'll be okay. None of the gauges work in that car.
So,
do any of them work?
So I put my shoes on. I got in a Jeep, drove over to the shop, which normally I walk over here, but I drove over to the shop. I grabbed a can of mower gas, and I remembered to grab a funnel because the stupid California gas cans we have now, you can't pour gas in the car without a funnel. Otherwise, gas goes everywhere except in the car. So I remembered that. I drove to where she was. We put gas in it. I did a little short, but it started. We ran. She drove it home. And we stopped at the gas station on the way home and filled the gas can back up. So we got a gas can.
Yeah, we're on. I just got to go under there and see what the heck.
The Andrew button. Running out of gas with an old car is rite of passage. When you push them down the street at Bonds, you do them.
I'm really starting to feel comfortable going out in the dark. Like, even though I ran out of gas, I didn't feel like helpless. Just the easiest way to get help was call him. But I could have just walked up to the gas station. Like, it's not a long walk. How far is it? Maybe 5-minute walk up to the gas station.
And bought a gas can.
Bought a gas can, filled it with gas, and gone back and got myself gas. Or gotten a ride from somebody in a health club. Gone in there and been like, I need help. Can someone drive me up to the... And I would have been fine. Like, I didn't feel...
The right thing to do was to call me.
Uh-huh.
And
the easiest thing to do.
And I went down there and I put gas in the car.
And I was just going up to a...
Actually, I didn't put gas in the car. I held the funnel while she put the gas in the funnel. But you missed your meeting.
I was just going to get a cup of coffee up at the social club, and I missed. I just decided we came home. I was like, I'll go tomorrow.
But tomorrow you're here.
You understand.
Mm-hmm. You want to
Nobody's
go another day.
dependent on me being there. If I have to go someplace and I know I'm going to be in a bunch of traffic and I don't know how long I'm going to be out and I don't know where he is going to be, I like to take the Jeep because the Jeep has proven itself over and over again. We go out in the Jeep, we don't have any problems with it. It's never given us trouble since we fixed the throttle body. After we replaced the throttle body, and we've confirmed it's bad, the gears and it's fly-by-wire throttle body. Once we replaced that, all of the problems went away, and it just drives like any new car would. It goes real good. It gets reasonable gas mileage. All the gauges work. All the lights work, except
Except.
the left side rear brake light does not work.
Oh,
The
really?
running light is on, but the brake light doesn't come
Oh,
on.
we got to put bulbs in it.
Yeah, there's a bulb.
I know it's one of the up front. One of the running lights, whatever you call them, parking lights is out. Turn signal works, but the other filament is out.
Thanks everyone for being here. I'm sorry this is kind of a meandering stream, but we're probably going to continue to be here for quite some time. We've got a bunch of work to do. I don't know, unless we want to be done and do some recording, but I think we'll probably just stay on for a while.
That Jeep, I bought it. I was in Maryland, and I was looking for a. Have I told this story on here? I told it to you. I was looking for a Ford Escape, just a cheap one that had problems that I could get myself through, and I found one, and it had. It was cheap. The guy wanted $1,100 for it, and it was for me a fairly new car. It looked really good, and it needed a. He needed a brake job on it, and they quoted him like almost $2,000 for a brake job, and it needed rotors. I don't know why a brake job's so expensive. So it needed rotors, because he'd let the pads go down to the point where they're grinding the rotors. So I thought, and it wouldn't pass the inspection in Maryland. So I'm going to register it in Tennessee. There's no inspection. So I'll just register it here, and I'll just buy a set of rotors, whatever rotors it needs, and put pads on it. It's cheap. I can do that. I'll do it out in the parking lot in front of my apartment. But I sit on it too long. And while I would go back and look, yeah, it's still for sale. I didn't figure anybody would buy it because nobody wants to pay $2,000 for a brake job. So there was a Jeep in there for sale for $3,500. It's the one I have now. So the Jeep, $3,500 for that Jeep, and I don't want a Jeep Chrysler product. It's like a newer Chrysler product. I don't want that. Well, I went to buy the Escape, and the guy sold it that day. I was like, oh, now I got to find another one. So I go back and look. That same Jeep was for sale for $1,000. She'd marked it from $3,500 to about $1,000. Well, all of a sudden, I'm interested. So I go look at it, and it has this grinding noise. And she goes, well, it bucks. And she goes, don't ask me what's wrong with it because I'm a girl. I said, okay.
Girls don't know anything about cars.
So her father comes out of the house, and he starts it up, and it's grinding. It sounds like marbles in a blender, It really sounds bad. And he's revving it up, and he puts his finger on it. Oh, I said, turn it off. He shuts it off. He puts his finger on the power steering pump, and he goes, it's this air conditioning compressor. So he doesn't know what it is, but I can tell it's coming from something up in the pulleys, belt-driven accessory. So I give her $1,000. I have it towed over to my apartment, and I put an alternator on it, and the alternator was the noise, and it still had the steering was all sound. It was terrible. So I put a power steering pump on it. So I had a Jeep for $1,200 or less than that, but I was going to use it for a
telling your life story.
A winter car. So I ended up bringing it here. It's such a good car. It's like $1,000 car that just turned into like a really good car.
There's a video about us bringing it back from
So I was
Maryland.
I was really happy that I bought that stupid thing.
Dean's making apple pie.
And I didn't really want a Chrysler product, but it's turned out to be such a good car.
Yeah, I mean it's not an off-road kind of Jeep.
No, it's a fake
It's just a
Jeep.
wagon.
It's a
It's a good
fake
little.
Jeep. It's a Patriot.
Andrew says I just had a Honda V6 suck a serpentine belt into where the timing belt meets the cogs in the lower. Oh, that sounds really awful. I'm sorry, Andrew. Hey, you guys were talking about my fuel tank and sending unit and whatnot on the Dart. So to explain what's going on with it, the tank is good. It's like still zinc plated, like someone replaced it, you know. And I had the sending unit out because it didn't have any. The gauge wasn't doing anything. So I pulled the sending unit out and I wanted to check the tank. The rubber gasket on the sending unit was like crusty, fossilized. It was no good. But the sending unit, the little wire that comes through the sending unit to give you signal, it was broken or something like that. And the little washers that all hold it together was all mangled. So I refurbished it so that I could, so it, because it has to be ground, it has to be isolated from the metal. And it has to be tight so that it doesn't leak. And the float, cleaned it all out. It moved. Everything was. It wasn't all rusty or nasty like that. And we made a new sock for it, so it has a nice
That's
sock
right. We
on it.
made a new sock.
Yeah, and so like it's all good. It's not like bad. And then we had the gauge working, and we had it where it was up, near empty, and we knew the tank was pretty much empty because we had just worked on it, and we knew the tank was empty. So it was showing not all the way zero. It was showing near empty, and we put a gallon of gas in it so that we could start it, and it was showing, just a little. And we took it down to the gas station and filled the tank all the way up, and it showed as full. And I had a little rheostat on the power supply, and I turned the rheostat down until it came all the way down so it shows full. And as we drove, it slowly came down. So I felt really confident, like, okay, it's working pretty well. Everything was good, and now, but when you crawl under the tank, there's like dampness. And I thought, well, maybe the rear end is leaking. I think it's leaking gasoline, and it's coming out of the sending unit. That rubber gasket, when I replaced it, I wasn't really very thrilled with that rubber gasket, and I had to take it off again because something, and then that gasket was all swollen. I don't think it was fuel resistant. What a scam! I got a tank gasket that wasn't fuel resistant.
Andrew Butler, he just wrote 951.
The sound was amazing because it kept running until it bent all 24 valves. Then it shut down. Yikes.
We had one here that was valves were hitting the pistons just barely. And it
That
was
Dakota,
and it was
it didn't hurt it.
we didn't know what the sound was.
It runs good.
And because it was running so good. What did I think the sound was? I don't know. And
Lifters.
lifters. It was like sounded like lifters. We were in the middle of a live, and it was Barrows.
Barrows. Yeah.
Barrows says it sounds like your cam timing's off by a tooth, and I think if valves are hitting the pistons. I'm like, oh, it couldn't be that. We shut it off. Kim crawls underneath looking at it.
It was a little suspect though, because there was no timing cover. The plastic timing cover was not on the motor.
Somebody put a timing belt on it, and it messed it up by one tooth. Barrows, he diagnosed that on a live by listening to it, and he was right. And Kim moved it one tooth and started up, and noise was gone. I'm like, you got to be kidding me.
Mexican Spec says it isn't that hard to keep the gasoline in the tank. Gaskets and grommets. All right, listen. You're killing me here. It isn't that hard. Why is it so difficult to get parts that don't suck? The gasket like swelled all up, and that everything wants to leak. Now, when you want fuel to flow, when you want water to run, it wants to dam up, and you can't make it stop if you want it to stop. But when you want to hold it in something, it just leaks.
I didn't even think about that. We had trouble with that gasket on the sending unit. It could very well be that, because that'll leak down to the point where you're almost out of gas. But
I know that's what's going on.
it is again, huh?
I think, yeah. And I've been, you know what? I sort of has suspected that it was leaking a little bit of gas, so I haven't been filling the tank way up because I don't want to waste it. So I let it run dry.
Josh Holman, welcome. Andrew Button also says, I thought my timing belt broke. It didn't. Just the pieces of the serpentine make it.
Andrew, that
so
sucks.
The belt
I'm so
slid
sorry
over
you
the
lost your engine. That's traumatic.
All the stupid things to happen. It just displaced the timing belt till it ruined the engine or slammed all the valves in the pistons.
In 1965, there was no alcohol to ruin the cinder seal. Yeah, but I bought a brand new seal from 2024. It should be fuel compliant. They didn't sell me a part that was made in 1965. It was brand new in new packaging.
It could have been.
No, it wasn't. It was brand new in new
Yeah, but it
packaging.
could have been brand new from 1965.
It was not new old stock. It was new. Someone sold me garbage. And I took them on their word that they were selling me a good part, and it's junk. I did use the right locking ring. You have to use the old locking ring, because if you use the new locking ring, they're garbage.
Kim.
And it wasn't even rusty. Honestly, the tank is not rusty. And I guess I could buy a new one, but like I hate just firing the parts cannon at something when I know the problem is that it's leaking from something that shouldn't leak. It should be easy to seal a gas tank, just
Nothing should leak. Nothing should leak. And oh yeah, let's design something that leaks.
Rust is the enemies of gas tanks here in Akron. Oh, I've had many a leaky gas tank.
Well, you lived
gas
in
tanks
Pittsburgh.
That were leaky up on top because the salt sat up there and rusted down through, or the seam around the middle of the tank would rust. So then we just drive, so you'd never fill it up past the middle seam, because then it'd be gas would be, and if you stop too quick, gas would slosh out of the tank. I mean, we lived with that stuff my whole life. This is beautiful. It's a nice shiny new tank. All the parts, I can disassemble them easily and everything, but then it just leaks. I don't know.
Josh Holmes says almost everything is garbage these days. You know, we all got been in here, know the whole story. Our refrigerator crapped out and everything. We got another one. But the refrigerator we had was one I bought new in 2002. It was 23 years old. So I had a guy that picks up junk. He came by and picked it up, and he does something with them. So he scraps them out. So I said, man, that refrigerator is actually pretty good. It lasted 23 years. He goes, you won't find a new one that lasts that long. He says, most of my pickup are 2, 3, and 4 years old because they quit that soon. The new ones are no good. And I'm like, you're going to be kidding me.
How do they make money selling that junk?
That's what the guy tells me that's scrapping them out. Yeah, most of the ones I pick up are 2, 3, or 4 years old.
The appliance stores don't sell warranties on appliances more than like 5 years.
My stepmother,
because they're not made to last,
is 91 years old. She wants us to go over there and help her with something this week. So we're going to go over there. And she was talking. I told her about the refrigerator. And she goes, oh, yeah, I bought a refrigerator 2 years ago. And she goes, it already quit. I had to buy another new one. It's like 2 years old? Well, she goes, it actually wasn't even quite 2 years old. She goes, the warranty was for a year, and it went off the warranty. And she goes, it quit already. And they couldn't fix it. It's like.
By the way, welcome to the stream, Josh Human.
What? Yes, I said.
$130 gave me complete fuel delivery security. Yeah, but it shouldn't cost me $130. My tank is fine. I just need a gasket that doesn't leak.
Oh yeah, the tank is clean inside. Somebody already replaced it.
I didn't think it was going to leak. I didn't think I needed to do all this.
Tim, this is so good. I thought you were just going to bring me some kind of.
If you don't want any more, I'm going to take that back and put it in the fridge so it doesn't spoil.
I'm really filling up. What's over here?
A lot of food. But if you want more, make yourself another plate.
No, I'm just going to finish these few little pieces. I'm done. I'm like right. I'm full. I've been eating the whole time. I've been eating like for half an hour.
It's a mukbangs Bong, bing, bang.
I went from feeling terrible to feeling pretty good.
All right, I'm gonna take all this stuff back to the house.
Yeah, let me grab the last
You
pepper.
start. You start
Mm.
refocusing on getting some
Kevin Smith
work
says, "Our
done.
new Samsung fridge is garbage." You know what I say about Samsung projects, and I always say that
Uh,
this is a good Samsung product. Anything bigger than that phone is junk.
trouble.
I've had trouble with everything Samsung, but it's bigger than that phone. But the phones have been pretty good.
All of those refrigerators are assembled from parts that come from the same factory.
Everyone's been saying LG is the best you can do for appliances lately.
Maybe.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I need a fridge in the garage. That's what Kim was. Kim was trying to fix the one that broke, and she says we'll put that up in the shop. And the only thing I didn't like about that is I didn't feel like moving it to the shop, but she couldn't fix it. She thought the compressor wouldn't start. She thought it was a capacitor, but it wasn't. The compressor's bad, so it went with the junk man. Tavo, my 1954 Kelvinator fridge. Oh man, it's scrolling by. My 1954 Kelvinator fridge is a gem. I bet it's not held shut with magnets. I bet it has a big latch on it. Kelvinator. That's AMC. Same people that made my Matador. Everybody. When I bought that Matador in 1974, I bought a new 1974 Matador. And all my friends, we were all a bunch of Ford guys. We all had like 57 Fords and 56 Fords, and early 60s Fords. And I bought an AMC. And my friends all called it a Kelvinator. Yeah, he was driving that Kelvinator. That's a car I wish I would have hung on to, but I couldn't. I had big payments on it at the time, big payments, and I was opening up a business and I needed the money to run the business, so I couldn't have payments. I got rid of it. Next inspect, my door handle broke off. I didn't care on my fridge. If it goes out, I will have it fixed cheaply. Kevin Smith, I had to fix fridge myself under a year old, and their repairman couldn't find the problem. Yeah, what did we do just recently? Kim fixed something that surprised me. She just dove in. Oh, the air conditioner in the house. I bought a new AC unit, bigger than the original one that was recommended to me, and that thing broke and broke and broke and broke. And the guy was here fixing it and fixing it. And it got to the point where then he's charging me to fix it. And then it broke recently. And I thought, oh God, here we go again. $50 service charge plus hundreds and hundreds of dollars for some stupid board or something. So Kim went out there and looked at it, and we were talking about it in here. It needed a big old capacitor. It was about this big. She put a new capacitor in it. It works perfectly. It's like, okay. So it costs like $19 or something to fix it. But Kim did. Kim fixes things. Man, that's the most true statement on the internet. Her channel, Kim fixes things. Probably it does. Buff over center spring latch. Pull hard to open. Shuts nicely. Yeah, they banned that latches to keep kids from getting trapped inside. Yeah, even here, you have to, if you have a refrigerator that's not working, you're supposed to take the door off of it. Even the magnetic ones, because I don't know if a kid could push the door open on a magnetic one. Maybe. I've never tried getting in one and seeing if I could push it open from the inside, but I suspect you could. But even so, it's a crime here to leave it like that. So we put ours outside, I don't know, late last night, the bad one. And I had a guy here picking it up today. I didn't want it. I didn't want it outside with the door on it. Yeah, fridge doesn't need computers. You know, I was looking at refrigerators. There's one has a screen on it, and it has a camera inside, and you can see what's inside the refrigerator on the screen.
That's awesome.
Really? You know, you can't, you're so lazy you can't open the door?
Well, it wastes electricity opening the door.
Ah. Stray Bullet, I'm having lasagna and green salad. Man, that sounds good, but I ate. Kim brought me all this good food.
Lasagna.
Samsung fridge doors
Oh, shoot, I
don't
forgot
close
to take that back.
themselves. What a joke. Really? Oh, Tabos is all. My old one is main refrigerator running full time. Also, I have a small one in the house. You know, my last radiator shop, I had one that was probably from the early 50s, maybe late 40s, and it had a latch on it. And it was kind of small. Had one, you know, the freezer inside that freezes into a block of ice, and you got to defrost it. And when I sold the shop, I sold the refrigerator with the shop. It was still working. You could have fixed the fridge to have one in the shop. Well, yeah, but we couldn't. It needed a compressor. You can buy a working refrigerator for $50. Why do we want to
And it
do
wasn't
that?
in that great a shape, and it was dirty, and
23-year-old
it
thing.
was time.
Um,
But I looked at it, and the compressor's
yes.
bad, so that's like a big repair.
Instead of making the doors close themselves, they put a bell to tell you your door
Just
is
what you
open.
want. Little voice, your door is ajar. Your door is ajar.
First time I heard a car say that to me, your door is ajar.
Everybody loved that.
I wanted to make new recordings to put in there. Say like your fucking door's open.
Yeah, so close the
It's like
door.
it's like the new Dodge Charger. I want to make recordings so that instead of fake tailpipes, I want to have it say something cool out the
Rum,
back.
rum.
Yeah, like I'm a dumbass with speakers under my car to sound like and have it say that out the back of the car. Oh my god.
It should say goodbye. Oh man,
Oh,
I got a
straight bullet.
headache.
The restaurant also gave me mashed potatoes and vegetables to go with it. Oh, what you ordered stuff? Huh? I'm not sure. I caught on to that. Soft drink companies beat that one century ago. They used glass doors.
That's the way to keep.
Oh, the guy we bought the refrigerator, the used refrigerator from, he's got it's like the size of like a 4-car garage. The back half is like a room with a pool table and some cool stuff and some tools, and the front part's all really good tools. And what he has in there now is he has a Coke machine. He put a Coke machine in his man cave. And that's why we got his refrigerator. I just put that Simba that you saw me work on. Oh, Steve Edwards. Oh, he put that CB radio on eBay with a D104 mic. There was somebody in your chat that sounded like they were really interested in your live stream.
Did you put it up for auction on eBay so people can bid on it? A lot of people are not happy with eBay's policies for sellers. I guess it makes it hard. It makes it easier for sellers to get scammed.
What I don't like is when they took the feedback away. The seller can't leave feedback to the bidders. It used to be whoever was a high bidder on the auction, you could leave feedback to them, like they paid on time and they did all the thing they were supposed to, and they took that away. So you don't know who the bad bidders are, and man, there's a lot of bad bidders out there that don't come through, don't pay, don't you can imagine. And I had so many car auctions get ruined by people that didn't pay and didn't follow through, and I'd leave them bad feedback, of course. I don't, but then eBay doesn't let you do that anymore. You can only leave feedback for the sellers. It's a complete one-way street. I can't imagine anyone getting trapped in a modern refrigerator. If the kid was small enough and not strong enough to push it open, I don't know.
If it was laying on its back and the door went like
Oh,
this,
yeah, if it was on
it's
its
got
back,
the magnet,
I
and
didn't even think of
in
that.
a tight spot. I don't know.
Kevin Smith, Mom put a lock on our fridge with 5 kids. We did not.
Yeah, my mom was sheriff of that refrigerator. Same with my dad. If the refrigerator opened, they could hear it in their sleep.
Oh, Steve Edwards put it up as a buy it now. So it's
Okay.
not an auction, it's a buy it now.
Hey, if you guys are looking for a good radio from somebody who is a reputable seller, somebody that we know in the community, you want to support them and buy something that's been refurbished nicely, not somebody trying to scam,
Well,
then look up that radio. I don't know what he said it was called, but if you look up that type of radio on eBay, you'll find it right away.
Steve Edwards. Oh, I don't know. What's your eBay? What's your eBay
I think if you just search the
name?
name of the radio, you'll find
It
it
might come up, but
in the
is
listing.
it Boat Anchor or what? Because I don't know what he
Yeah,
has.
this way they know it's you.
Oh, so I asked a
I would
question.
put up a link, but like we don't have the stuff set up out in the garage to do that easily.
I what was I going to say? Oh, I asked a question during your live, but you were pretty busy working on the radio. Uh, I asked if it's a 23 or a 40 channel because it looks like an older radio. So I wasn't, but so I didn't know. I don't know the radio model that well. Stray Bullet. I'm missing some chat. I'm sorry. Stray Bullet says usually this lasagna comes with just garlic bread. Josh says I think that it was pantries that were known as larders. Larders. Oh, Dean Stevenson said it was a Simba. It was Pierce Simpson, right? Pierce Simpson Simba. I don't know. I couldn't think of that. Enter button. I need an FM radio for a 1970 Dodge Challenger. Not too common. Steve Edwards. Planet Island 1948. Because that's your eBay uh, store name. If you want mashed potato lasagna, it's called shepherd's pie. I never knew what shepherd's pie was. Good. Dean Stevenson says, nice CB. Dean, you use CBs down there? Does anybody still have them, or did they? I don't know. Down under, I know they use some different frequencies and things, but I guess now there's people that can talk to Australia occasionally with CB. So I know Australia's got some common frequencies. I don't know about New Zealand, but I know sometimes the skip gets that far around the world. That's just amazing. Dean Stevenson, my mom used to make that, copied Graham Carr's recipe. Man, Graham Carr, there's a guy I haven't heard of in a long time. Man, I was working at tow trucks back in the 70s, and he in California on 101, and he crashed. Isn't he the guy who used to drink a lot? He's always drinking wine. I want to make sure I got the right guy.
Drinking wine all the time, never earning a dime.
Hippie line. I was in Gilroy, California yesterday. As soon as you said Gilroy, I know what that place smells like. Yeah, I've stopped there and bought garlic before. Yeah, we buy garlic here. It says Gilroy on it.
I have to disclose an error in tool function.
Where's the rest of it?
Over there.
You know what?
Some of it. I think there might be a little spring
luckily
or detent ball missing.
Luckily, we have a Harbor Freight in town. And these things, we will take this there, see what happened. The whole ratchet mechanism it's the 1/4-inch drive of that one.
It blew out of there.
So we will take it back to Harbor Freight. That was the most expensive Harbor Freight wrench I ever bought. It was $29.97. It's $30, and that was quite a few years ago. I bet they'll warranty it.
Yeah.
Dean Stevens, eat this. My mom said I killed a shepherd just to cook it. Straight bullet. I have an original radio for a 59 Oldsmobile if anybody needs one. Dean Stevens, yep, he sure did. Then he crashed and his wife got hurt. Yeah, okay. He crashed a motorhome. I didn't know his wife got hurt in that crash. He crashed a motorhome just south of San Luis Obispo. Went into the center divider and flipped over something. You know how a motorhome's built. You know, it's wood and flimsy sheet metal and garbage, you know. So that thing, and I was driving tow truck, and there were just wood and sheet metal and pots and pans and everything, just like a quarter mile through the center divider where you crashed. And we were out there for hours cleaning that thing up. Yeah, Galloping Gourmet. Yep, that okay. Yep. And I didn't know his wife got hurt in that crash. He wasn't there because by the time we got there with the tow truck, they were gone. Highway patrol was there and this giant mess. Motorhome crash. Oh man. Get any garlic ice cream? Steve Edwards. Casa de Fruta. Casa de Fruta.
Also, fruit.
Oh no, the drinker was Galloping Gourmet.
Are you guys
Oh,
enjoying
Graham
this?
Kerr was well, who was Galloping Gourmet? Wasn't that him? Who was Galloping Gourmet? Wasn't that Graham Kerr? I don't know. He used to build Indian motorcycles in Gilroy. I didn't know that. Yep, it was muted. Oh man, I can't believe this broke. I only used this a couple of times. Kim used the shit out of it though.
And the funny thing is I was using this end when
You're
it
using
fell
this
apart.
end and this end fell apart.
And there's like a retainer clip that seems
Yeah.
to be missing. I don't know where it went.
Andrew Button, I saw a guy crash a truck with 2 full cabinets full of snap-on tools. The sockets make the pavement glitter, probably like roller bearings. Dean Stevenson said, "Yeah, it's Graham Kerr, same guy, right?" Yeah, okay. Galloping Gourmet, yeah, because and he was a guy who was always sipping wine while he was cooking, and he had quite a sense of humor. He always sipping wine, and yeah, he had a hell of a crash out there. I thought that's who it was.
When you're from Pennsylvania, a good alcohol habit, it can happen.
Kevin
It's
Smith says
dark and rainy.
motorhomes are garbage. I worked at a motorhome service garage. Believe me when I worked in a place as
They slap them together. They try and make some profit.
The place was called a camping center, but it was motorhomes and trailers, and they have those refrigerators that operate either off
Propane.
yeah, they're propane or they're 12 volt or they're shore power, 110 volt. And I replaced so many of those refrigerators. I mean, that's like every motorhome that came in. I think I had to replace a refrigerator at least once. And then people would buy the trailers, and the bigger trailers, like about a 24-foot or something, or 28-foot, and they put it in a trailer park where they'd live in them. And I'd have to go out there and replace refrigerators all the time. I did so much of that. I was 17 then. I got to be a refrigerator replacement guy.
Dean Stevenson says it's just what coal miners do. Something like that. It's a culture of hard work and hard drinking, and I don't know.
Oh, Steve Edwards, in between King City and let's go Casa de Fruta store. I've been there. Sure, sure. I didn't even recognize the name because it's been so many years since I've been there. Last time I was there, see, I used to drive back and forth to Travis Air Force Base, which is up near Sacramento, between there and San Luis Obispo all the time, just like a lot. And I'd stop there. I forgot about that place. That's what that is. Sure,
Sure.
sure. I remember that place. Yeah, Stray Bullet says even the expensive ones are crap. Julia Child and Graham Kerr worked the fence. Interbutton, we had an RV where they hooked all the accessories, the refrigerator and the lights, to the ignition circuit. That was a fun one to tune. It came from Fleetwood that way. Man, I had a Fleetwood mobile home. That was the one that had the aluminum wiring.
Pennsylvania, they take the old tree stumps out when mining coal. Sometimes they find old tree stumps in the coal.
In Tennessee, they don't take out the stumps out of the ground. Sure they do. That woman up there, up the street that we got all her wood, they ground all those out. Did you notice that?
They did. It
Yeah,
was right in their front yard.
yeah, they're gone.
We
Just
say
saying.
changing gray water tanks for the rookies. Kevin Smith, that sounds like a terrible job to have to do.
You know what?
I used to work with a guy who ran a sewage pumping truck, and I have pumped many a sewage tank as a plumbing apprentice.
You know, at that camping center, people used to trade in motorhomes and trailers, and you know why they trade them in? Because the thing that dumps that tank, the bad tank, it was get clogged up with poo, and then they couldn't get it out. They couldn't. Then they traded in for a new one. And guess who? I was 17. I was the new guy. Guess who got to clean out those tubes to get that drain those tanks? Me. She must have been born out of state. Oh, they got a bypass past it now. That's too bad. Well, it used to be. I don't know. Things are just different. It was always busy along there, really busy, but you just pull off. Finding an aircraft mechanic, rewire it. There's frying HEI modules and everything type of
Voltage
voltage.
fluctuations, yeah.
Should let my dad to rewire the lights on his brand new motorhome 50 plus years ago. Nothing has changed yet. Yeah, I don't know why motorhomes and trailers are just trouble. Oh, the other thing I used to have to fix is leaks. Because all of them not all of them, 50% of them probably had leaks. So it rained, they get wet inside. Yeah, that job must stink. Yeah, it was just, imagine the worst job you could have. That's it. It wasn't long before, well, you know what? He had a big, it would get slow in the wintertime and they get busy in the summer. So wintertime was coming up. He let me go because I was a new guy and he had to thin out the employees. And I went back to wheel alignment shop. So that was really a good move. Back to the wheel alignment shop.
Hippie Long, it looks like Hippie Long worked for Mr. Rooter. People hero every time you show up. Only if you clear the line. If you don't clear the line, they don't even want to pay you.
I remember motorhomes just driving and they just stink inside because somehow the air flowed through the place. They got a vent on top, but somehow that smell would come through the whole motorhome. I just don't poo near an electric fence. You know what I learned? Don't touch the electric fence. There was a place I was working on airplanes, but then they also had animals there, and there was some kind of animals out in the field with electric fence. I don't know what they were. Something we had to feed. And one day I was out there and I yelled back at the guy that was in the shop where the control is. I said, "Is the electric fence off?" And he goes, "Just a second." He goes, "Yep, it's off." So then, I grabbed the fence to crawl through it. And I grabbed that thing and it just, chick, 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 man, it got me. I look back and he's laughing. It's like, thanks. Brother peed on electric fence. I wouldn't want to do that. Yeah, it's straight bullet. All of them leak water. Yeah, you know which ones didn't leak water? The ones where they hadn't had them in the rain yet. That's my guess. Enter button. Look up the video on the GM Eleganza motorhome with the sewage incinerator. Didn't work really well. Sewage incinerator. The ones that didn't leak, I bet those GMC motorhomes didn't leak, those big fiberglass front drivers. I think those were a pretty good motorhome. Those were probably expensive. Hippie long, I saw an electric fence set off a shotgun while hunting. Dust Devil Garage. Plumbers make good money if you can stand the work. That's what Kim did for a long time. you got tired of it?
No, I got laid off.
Oh, you got laid off.
Had to find a different job.
Stray bullet, you have to run the toilet water when dumping the tank to avoid clogs. Well, what had happened was by the time we got it on a trade-in, it was clogged up. You know, the tube would be clogged up 3 feet long of it clogged up. I'm about to drop a wilting rose emoji right now. Kevin Smith, my dad tested electric fence with hay. A horse bit into it. Yikes. Oh, jeez. I don't remember what animals we had out there. I mean, there were horses, but they weren't in that pen. I'm thinking they were sheep. I would think there were sheep out there. I don't know. There was some. When the guy that was there were two people in that whole lot, and one of them had horses and animals and grew corn and stuff, and then we had airplanes. There was a runway there, which is why he rented the shop with the, because there's runway. So we had half the building, and the other half had horses in it. And if that guy was gone, we'd feed those animals. And one time I got suckered into it, and I grabbed the fence and got zapped. Andrew Button, the GMC fiberglass front drive powered dual axle RVs were ones with the sewage incinerator. Really? I got a friend in California who's got one of those, and he's in the process of restoring it. I haven't talked to him in a while. I'm gonna have to call him sometime. Andrew Button did the RV thing about 40 years ago. Never again. Never. You know what I always tell people? If you want to go out and do something in an RV, like a motorhome or something, rent one. Just rent it for a week. And when you're done, you're done. You don't have to store the thing. You don't have to winterize it. You don't have to pay the insurance on it. You don't have to fix it every year. You don't have to fix it while you're on vacation, Just rent one. It's a little expensive, but nowhere near as expensive as owning the thing, Kim, you still in here?
Yeah, I'm just waiting until you're ready to do stuff.
Oh, what do you want me to do? Dr. Go! That Oliver Trailer Company in Tennessee makes two models that are two-part fiberglass, like how a boat is built. Expensive, but quality and lots of pride building those. Oh, I don't even know what those are. Huh. Okay, Kim, what are we doing? I think she's got the torch over here. It means I'm gonna have to go to work. And you're gonna have to excuse me while I don't read chat.
I don't know if anybody knows. We're in the shop. And there's a car in here that I worked on all night last night.
Yeah, and you know what's wrong? Is she took the exhaust manifold off, and there's some broken bolts and studs in the head. And we got to get them out.
And he hasn't even looked at what I did yet. And I was going to talk about it.
I looked.
Then we got distracted. We had to eat first. And then everybody was talking about stuff. Now we're talking about RVs.
You know what? I can see so clearly now. That's all it was. I had blood sugar all messed up.
All right. Well, we'll try and feed you.
Okay, I'm gonna go away from that. And they're gonna have to talk amongst themselves. Oh, you brought a torch. Wow, that stretched all the way over here. Oh no, you brought the. Is that hooked to us? That's hooked to propane.
Okay, so can I talk for a minute?
Yeah, talk all you want.
All right. Hey guys. Oh, Mexican Spec made himself some chicken. Good job, Mexican Spec. Sorry you had to cook for yourself.
Guy's magic. He knows how to make chicken. He probably cooked the chicken.
All right, so in addition to cleaning and detailing under the hood, I took the inner tie rod end off the driver's side of the rack and to inspect it because it had a lot of slop in it. And the way it's designed, right, is there's like a threaded knob that is the ball joint's body, and the rod comes through it all the way, and it has a ball on the end, so then it stops in the knuckle. And then they put like a plug in the knuckles so that the ball rotates but doesn't have a bunch of slop, and then it threads onto the rack. Well, somehow the ball had pounded in and out of that thing enough that it had moved the plug. So I put it in the press and pushed the plug back in. Then I put a big washer and some grease in there, and then I threaded it back on the rack so it's tight. He's bought replacement parts, but until then, it's back within tolerance of not having slop. So the car could be driven in that sense.
Well,
And then I started working on the exhaust because it was leaking, and I took all the bolt. Well, I didn't take. I broke half the bolts off in the cylinder head trying to get this exhaust manifold log thing off of here. And then I used a chisel and I just chipped all these spaces. You could see there's a crack. See that crack right there? That's like a little heat riser tube for the choke. Anyways, the manifold's not cracked. There's no bolts broken off in the manifold, so that's good. But there are some bolts broke off in the cylinder head, and I soaked them in Croil overnight, tapped on them. There's two that we have to drill out. But the good thing about the ones that we have to drill out, they're on ears of the cylinder head, so you can get them from the back. So we can drill through from the back, and maybe an easy out will push them out. Hopefully. That's the hope, at least. And then, you guys don't care nothing. Not a bit.
what?
My buddy tied his tie rod with a coat hanger. I kid you not. Oh, I'm not surprised at all.
Is tie rod with a... Don't mess with tie rod. Do it right.
Corrugated panels and wafer-thin paneling. Oh, that sounds miserable. They're just really cheap recreational vehicles.
You agree, Ken?
TRW steering rack. The polyethylene balls are too bad to fix. I moving home isn't great idea. A moving home. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. A brand new one. You could get a brand new one sorted, and then it'd be okay for a little while. But a lot of stuff goes wrong on vehicles when you don't use them. So if it sits around, stuff's just gonna... There's a lot of maintenance. People don't expect it. They don't realize that the purchase price is only a portion of what you need to invest to have an RV in good condition. If you're not using it, you don't want to own it. They're just expensive. Dr. Go says there's one of those Bluebird buses that look like from the 60s near my house, but it looks very solid. There's a lot of people who
the ones that look like a school bus.
Restore the school buses and the tour buses, like the Greyhound kind of buses, and make them into RVs, and they can be really cool. But when you have a big machine like that, it's a machine. It's not a house. And houses have maintenance too. So if you can't keep up on the maintenance on your house or your car, buying another house that is also a vehicle.
House is a vehicle.
That's a lot of infrastructure to maintain. Most people are not prepared financially or mentally or, logistically to manage that much rolling real estate. Just like us. We have too many cars. They're all junk. If we had one car, we could probably maintain it a lot better than trying to work on 10 at the same time. Muscles from Brussels. A Greyhound bus would go 1 million or more miles. A Fleetwood camper would fall apart sitting. Yeah, that's true. The initial quality and the expectation of quality on a bus, the problem is if you make garbage buses, large corporations will stop buying from you. But RVs, only one person at a time buys, people only buy one RV from you at a time. So they don't really care. They're just looking for another new sucker. But like the people who make buses for commercial use, they have to make a product, or otherwise they'll get a reputation. It's just who is it that makes all the Boeing? If Boeing starts getting a bad reputation,
Oh, like they are.
people will buy their airplanes from somebody else, and that will be very bad. And if something goes wrong with a 30-year-old Boeing aircraft, all of a sudden there's big controversy. But every day people have brand new RVs that are falling apart pieces of junk. And when you say that, everybody goes, "Oh yeah, RVs are junk." I used to have a Fairmont wagon when I was 17. It had a 6-cylinder 3-speed with overdrive.
Who
Sounds
said
like
that?
Grease Monkey 75 said.
Oh yeah, I had a Fairmont wagon. Yeah, this one. What does his have? A 6-cylinder?
Fairmont wagon.
Yeah, that's what this is. Oh,
So,
except this is an automatic.
so are you picking up what I'm putting down as far as what's going on with that?
Yeah, I pulled the battery out just because I got to pull the battery out anyway, and
Yeah,
I don't want to be running a torch near the battery.
yeah, that's probably good. And I took
I need some light down in here.
absolutely, you will. Um,
Can't do that.
we can move it. So I busted off some of the studs that come out of the head to retain the exhaust manifold, but luckily most of them have a long piece of stud sticking out, so they can potentially be extracted. But they're tight. Sometimes they're loose when you bust off the end, and then they come out fine once they're not. These ones are tight into the cylinder head. So, I mean, they've been in there a long time, 47 years. They don't want to just come out.
I'm gonna try to put some heat on that. But this
He's
torch,
looking at it. He's got this little torch. He's going to try and put a little heat
this
on
torch is not the right torch.
it. I think it's hot enough to melt Loctite.
That's not Loctite. Yeah, but I mean,
Well, what's holding them in?
This is rust. Habit.
How?
47 years of habit. Now I want to run will this other torch go over there? I want to make some changes here.
Which torch?
The acetylene torch instead of the propane torch.
I don't know. Unwind it and see if it'll go.
Or do you want me to try the propane? I think the propane torch is. I don't know. Maybe I ought to try it.
Oh, the acetylene torch.
Yeah, is this all on?
It puts out a big flame though. It won't be any good in there.
This acetylene torch.
Well, unwind the cable.
Well, I think I'm gonna try this first.
Okay.
You got me thinking. Okay, did you turn this stuff on or is it?
No. Okay, so he's setting up the torches.
Oxygen is on.
I didn't turn it on. You did.
Now I didn't turn it on. It was already on. The propane is on now. And I need a striker.
727 would last forever. New Boeing, not so much. Boy, they've got the old airplanes up in the air. 35-year-old airplane are still flying every day all over the place. It's crazy. A bajillion miles on those things. Kevin Smith got some market news ads. So anybody who got ads, power tools, anyone who got ads, you get 2 points for calling out your advertiser in chat. Thank you for doing that. Thank you to the advertisers for paying for all these kilobits per second. It's so expensive having kilobits per second. Air Force One is going to be a used one. We'll see. We'll see what they decide to do. A lot of debate over how that should go. Yeah, some of those Greyhound buses had Detroit diesel 8V72 diesels.
What's happening?
8V71. Yeah, they go forever and ever and ever if you maintain them. Both of my sisters own houseboats. Now those are maintenance intensive. Oh man. I mean, you better have your stuff together before you. Is that
I'm
which
trying to show what I'm using. This is propane and oxygen. You can kind of see it with the black background. Okay,
you're gonna?
I'm gonna start heating where you got the. What is going on here? This thing's being an asshole.
So what I was gonna say.
Can you hold this for a second?
I can't hold it.
Something's wrong over here.
Okay.
Yeah, the oxygen is not.
I thought you said the oxygen.
I thought it was on, but it wasn't. It was off.
Okay.
It's gonna blow out now.
I turned it off because it was.
Yeah.
It blew out.
Yeah, I bet it did. Okay, I'll take it again.
Stray Bullet, I have no idea. Everybody needs more new stuff.
This will probably blow out. I did a good job. It didn't blow out.
All right, now before we get too far into
I was going to go into the port up from the bottom and try to get the back of that stud. But
so you see what's going on.
Can you take the vice grips off there because they're just blocking my road? But that's the one I'm going for. Oh, now you got to push it.
That's fine.
Well, I'm going to have it all heated up and ready for the vice grips. So.
I'm going to use these.
Okay, then stay out of the way of the torch. I'm going in. Okay?
I'm going to get the camera so they can kind of see what's going on, maybe?
Wait. I don't think this is going to be enough heat. Oh, what you doing?
You're all tangled up.
Turning the torch around back.
Got to flip the torch around a couple times. It's all twisted. I don't know why you did that. There you go.
I just picked it up. You had it over here.
Well, I set it up wrong for you. I'm sorry. I was trying to do everything and I missed one of the essential components.
I don't think this is enough heat.
I think you can get a lot of heat in there with that.
Oh, there's carbon all over the place. What I'm doing is I'm heating up the head right around where that stud is. Trying not to put the heat on the stud. Yeah, there's little pieces of carbon and stuff that light up really bright because I hit them with the torch.
Let's see if I can get you guys a vision of what's happening here. Oh yeah, you can see. There he's going. He's heating up the head a little bit. Don't try and heat. Okay, you know it.
Yeah, the bright spots are little pieces of carbon that are getting hot, popping off there. Or grease or something. I assume they're carbon or little rusty pieces or something.
Yeah.
Okay. Kim, get ready because what I'm going to do is I'm going to bail out, shut the torch off so you don't get torched.
Okay.
But I don't know. I don't think that head's real hot, but it might be warm enough that it allows you to move the stud.
Okay, I'm gonna try.
Yeah.
Okay, don't hit the camera.
The torch is off. Not nearly enough heat, right?
A little bit of persuasion. say country, a little bit dark.
Did that move?
Nah. It's the,
Okay, while you're doing that,
the stupid
I'm gonna set this.
red doesn't bite till.
I'm gonna set this torch here while I go set up the acetylene torch because that's not enough.
Not enough.
Propane and oxygen is real good for soldering. In fact, you gotta solder kind of fast, or it melts shit. It's gonna be melted. But on steel, it's just not. It's like pissing in the wind.
Pissing in the wind. Come on, loose. I think I'm just taking no luck. Percussive maintenance. Just give it a little smacky. It's really hard to get in there with the camera, guys. I'm sorry if you can't really see what's going on. That's right. Come on, big money. Come on, big money. Do you need me to move stuff? What's
No, I need to do some swapping hoses around there.
all right?
It's gonna take me a minute.
I would make a video of this, but I just don't think there's any way to work and see it at the same for two people to get it at the same time. You know?
Yep.
It's difficult. If you can just barely get at it.
Are you kidding me?
Yes. What's wrong?
Wrong side.
Oh, you got to take the
I
oxygen
told you I
line.
gotta swap some hoses.
All right. All right. Bring the heat, right? That's right. Fire wrench. Wrench of the dragon.
If you want to help, you should get that.
Can't be stuck if it's liquid. What's that?
If you want to help, you get the other torch and the one I was using over there,
Yeah.
and bring it over here so it's not in the way, so I don't have two bunches of tubing all wrapped around each other. It would just help it go faster.
That's right. Gas axe. Hit it with the heat hammer. Flame wrench. I like this. I want to see all the names carry the torch. Cleaning up. What's wrong? It's not coming on?
I'm weak. Just
You're just struggling.
struggling with the trying to move valves that don't want to move. Yeah, this one. Yeah, I don't want to have this tank.
Okay. Well, we can move this tank the whole way out of the
Yeah,
way.
that needs to shut off.
Okay, I will do that right now. There we go. And it is out of the way. You got enough hose? Here, why don't you let me bring it closer to you? I don't think we have enough hose.
Well, try to unravel the hose over to here.
You know how it is when you need more hose.
Let me try to untwist it. It's a big twisted up mess.
It is a big twisted up mess.
Over twisted. Over untwisted it.
Over untwisted. Yep. Bring the
Still not. It's still not. Why is it all twisted?
This is too close.
I don't know, I'm trying to untwist it. It's just getting worse. I'm probably going the wrong way or something.
I don't know. You got enough toes to work.
Got enough hose. It doesn't matter. Okay, I gotta come around here. I want all this stuff. What can we get out of the way here? I guess you're gonna use that stuff.
I could set it up for the way. But yeah, I'm absolutely going to use that. I gave you a lot of room to work.
Yep, you did. I just don't want to have fire going and stuff like that right there. Ooh, noise.
Just don't hit the.
I know what's gonna happen.
There she goes. Back it up so we can see what's happening here. We got the big torch. Kim fast camera freaking out. Try and get some circulation around that camera, get it back in compliance. Blow it clear a little bit. I don't know. What's going to happen is it's going to break off, and then we're going to do that thing where you swear at it. What are some choice things to call bolts that break or don't come out? Sometimes you need just the right combination of swears.
What I don't want to do is take the head off of this.
The head off of... Oh, bro, yeah, me neither. I don't want to have to disassemble the damn engine over this.
Well, you know that could happen.
I do, and I'm not real happy about it, but I'm trying to get through it here. I'm doing my darndest to get it. That's why I stopped, because I didn't break anything off that isn't repairable yet. Still possible.
Tell me when you're ready, because I'm almost ready to pull the torch out of here.
Yeah, just... Wait a minute. What's that noise?
It's the flame hitting stuff and going, making noise.
Okay.
But I'm going to need you pretty soon.
Okay. Okay. Here's my good old Roxio.
Tell me when you're ready, because I don't want to take this off till you're ready.
Yeah, I believe I'm ready.
Okay, torch is off.
Okay, check the camera.
Check the cam.
See if they can see what's happening.
Yeah, because I think they can. I'm going to check the chat here, see what's going on. Air-cooled cameras. Oh, was it making noises? Was it screwed up again?
Probably.
Kim's fast camera freaking out. Oh.
Yeah, I already blew on it.
Okay, that's good. That's what they're saying, air-cooled cameras. Did it turn?
No.
It was slipping.
Couldn't grip on the darn thing. I ain't no room because every darn one is stuck, so I can't go.
Yeah, they're all interfering with each other. Let's see. Dates makes air-cooled diesel tractors that can be.
Can't reach.
What do you want, the hammer?
Yeah. Just shredding this bolt instead of turning it. Release! Ah, come on!
Settling torch wasn't enough.
Come on.
One more heat. Heat's probably dissipated pretty quickly.
Yeah, but really?
Okay, let me put more heat.
Not yet.
Okay. Okay, get out of the way because I don't want to burn you. Yeah, you ready?
Yeah. Let's go by the power of Grayskull.
It's off. It's bending.
Why ain't it coming out? twisting the crap out of it. Come on out there.
It's a lesson to everybody. Take your studs out every year or two, just to make sure that when you need to take them out, they come out.
What's the old saying is every job is one broken bolt away. Every 5-minute job is one broken bolt away from taking 2 days or something like that. This is.
So right now I had a running car, now it's a pushmobile.
Oh, it's still running, but it was a quiet running car.
Oh, this is gonna be a noisy car.
I'm gonna end up buying a new cylinder head for this stupid thing at this rate.
You know what? If we gotta replace the cylinder head, you know what we're gonna do? You know that Chevy engine over there with the turbo 350 behind it?
That's what we need. An engine swap. All right, well, whatever we have to do.
But then I won't be racing you at No Name Nationals with a 6-cylinder.
Why?
Right now, I'm supposed to be racing Kim at the No Name Nationals. I'm supposed to be racing Dallas Brown in his new Buick, his V6 Buick. And they're both about, that one's like 198 cubic inches. This was 200. Kim will win because she's got lower gears and it's a 225.
All right, I'm going to take the grinder and I'll take the threads off this side and that side so it's a little bit square so I can get a better bite on it. But, I mean, if it won't come off pushing that hard, it's going to break. If I twist any harder, I don't know what to do. It just don't want to come out of it.
I don't want to end up pulling his head off. But, you know, that's a possibility at this point.
Why? Why won't it?
Because you get it up on the bench and start drilling straight. You start drilling there and you're going to be drilling into where you don't want it.
Why does it have to be like this? Well, put it back on the regular camera.
Put it back on the regular camera.
Let me get this thing right.
Versus the irregular camera.
Versus the irregular.
So we're back on the regular camera.
We're on the first one. We haven't even got one out.
It's a crime to put a Chevy motor in a Ford.
It is.
Or it's a crime.
In certain states, we'll be on the run from the law.
Well, I have done it before.
In Mexico. A long time ago, before
I did it in California where everything's illegal. Everything is illegal. You just so when the police come along, they have a reason to arrest you.
The good news is they can't extradite you from Tennessee because California.
Is there statute of limitations? Because I did that.
There's no statute of limitations.
Because I did that in the late 70s.
Not if you commit a crime in California.
I put a small block Chevy in a coupe. Mexican spec. The reason is because they're only studs now because they were bolts and the heads got twisted off.
Yeah, I'll show you.
So they're too short. to be studs to hold the intake or the extake. The exhaust
I'll
manifold.
show you exactly what we're up against. These are the heads that broke off of.
That's why they look like studs sticking out of there now.
Yeah. Luckily, they didn't break off even
So
with the
there's-
cylinder head.
So there's 4 of those that have big long studs sticking out, and there's one that's broken off flush.
There's 2 broken off flush.
There's 2 broken out, so there's 6 to get out. So all of them.
Extracto changeo.
So none of them came out.
No, all the ones in the bottom came out.
Oh.
Except for one. There's 1,
Except
2, 3, 4 out of...
Mexican Spec says I would have lived with the exhaust leak. That's what I thought. But Kim decided to fix it.
You wanted to fix it.
I know. I even bought the gasket.
I fixed it good. If you'd have been here, you'd talk sense into me.
I would have said no, don't do that right now because I want to drive my car. And it was just making a little tick, 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 tick. And I knew what it was, and
Well, that'll learn you.
Well, when do we make the decision to pull the head off?
Get the
Commercials.
Get it in there real nice and deep black. Get that torch all the way up back into that port, all the way
See,
back.
I'm afraid of burning something in there that's important. I am putting it a little bit in there. But I'm not really putting it way up in there. I guess I could.
I should, you know what I should do? I should scrape the rust off so you can really get the heat. If anything will keep heat from blowing and transferring, it's rust.
Well, the rust, though, is what we're trying to. We don't want it to transfer into the stud. Yeah, Mexican Spec, I was a little surprised when she said she pulled it apart. Because I was ready just to live with it for a while. But it'll be fixed right when we're done.
Serviceable.
Known in the state of cancer to cause California.
There's a lot of that going around.
What did I just get? I got something that says known to cause cancer in the state of California. I just got something. What was it? It was in a package. I just got something.
Everything.
What did I get recently?
Everything causes cancer in California. What if I'm not in California? Still cause
Well, that's what I always say. I think it was something that didn't make a lot of sense.
Still cause cancer in California?
Well, like this right here, this sealer. It's known to cause cancer in the state of California. Well, so if you're in the state of California, don't eat this sealer.
Well, but what I'm saying is when I use it, does it cause people in California to get cancer? What's the deal?
If you straight pipe it, you won't hear the leak.
Can't you just drill them out?
Yeah, just. As soon as you hear somebody go just, you know they've never done that.
Can't you just drill them out of there? That'll be easy.
Might be a good idea to restore surface. Oh, yeah, resurface the manifolds. They work sometimes. Yeah, no such thing as an easy out. You know, somewhere around here I got some reverse drill bits. I don't know where they are. I haven't seen them for a while. But they're wound backwards, so you use the drill in reverse. So then when it goes around the wrong way, when it finally catches, it'll unscrew the stud instead of just drilling it in tighter. Special Agent James. I don't know if anybody can hear me over the hammering. Good evening. Special Agent James is watching from work.
Uh-oh. I hope you're doing your work.
He's a special agent. He could be anywhere.
Don't get you in trouble.
I'll put more heat on it again and again, again and again. And when it gets to be midnight, that's about 48 minutes from now.
Yeah, one off.
Then I'll grab the big wrench and I'll pull the head off and order a head gasket. Yeah, well, you see, the reason these things leak, they're probably all warped a little bit because Ford does not put exhaust manifold gaskets. They're just surface to surface. So I bought a big squishy exhaust manifold gasket. So we're really not replacing the gasket. We're installing a gasket where there wasn't one. So I expect that it's probably not warped enough to leak with the gasket. But I don't know. We'll just run like little short zoomies. 6 open ports. That'll sound good. Donut gasket.
Son of a bitch!
What happened? It break? Did you burn yourself or did it break?
Broke.
Want to try another one?
Sure.
Or do you want me to start pulling ahead?
I know.
I like the big squishy exhaust gaskets. Yeah, I got one and it's sitting in them. I ordered it, got it here. So once you take head off, it will turn in. It might as well be change this also. Yeah, then they'll find pistons and rings and
Engine
bearings.
rebuild like on my car. Like the
This is what always happens with older cars. You have a project creep. And pretty soon you got a pushmobile and 3 months of work. I know.
This was a good car, ready to drive, no problems.
Just put it back like the way it was last night. Oh, you can't, right? Okay, can you go around here? I'm tangled into something. What am I tangled? The camera.
Try not to knock the camera down.
Yeah, but the torch hose was wrapped around the leg. So when I went to pick up the torch, it was going to flip the camera over. Okay, I'm going to go on the bottom one. Same port, but the bottom one.
Okay. Tavo's doubled the amount of rust to fix on his since he started. Wonderful. Special Agent James says I'm taking some vacation next week, and I'm going to spend every day working on my cars. That's my idea of a vacation. It's some kind of sickness, I suppose.
Something caught on fire.
Oh, good.
It's gonna burn. Some
Well,
greasy shit down.
They always do. Thanks for hanging out, guys. Sorry it's not going so well. We're not having those victorious, look how good everything's going moments right at the moment. Right now we're having the
Are you gonna be ready when I say go?
Nope. When is that going to be? Give me a countdown.
200, 199, 198 and a half, 198.
Okay.
Was it Blue Grid has an extra one of these heads?
Did he say he did?
So,
Shit. I just keep finding more rust under Bondo as I go. Yeah, that's where they hide the rust, under Bondo. Bondo causes rust. Wouldn't have rusted if they hadn't put Bondo on top of it.
yeah.
Going.
Yeah, Tavo, I was watching your video with the C pillars. Rust in the C pillars. Surprise. Didn't even know it was there. Start taking the Bondo off and there's like paper thin metal under there and rust. Oh man. You put that nice new top on there, but below the top it's rusty. Yeah, it's a 600, it's inline six, it's a 200 cubic inch six. Special Agent James. People don't know what Bondo isn't waterproof. Well, you know, actually, if you get everything clean underneath, it probably is. But it looks to me like on Tavo's car, it looks to me like it was rusty and they just ground some of the rust away and then bonded over it. So
It's not waterproof.
it is.
Absorbs water. If it gets water on it, it absorbs it. And it holds the water.
I always thought that Bondo, once you put it on there, it was pretty good. It was like primer, and then you put paint over it.
It must be top coated.
Yeah, Bondo pours like a sponge. Okay. Mean Street Mopar here. Good evening. Special Agent James says, great engine. Oh, I don't know. It's not my favorite engine, but it's what came in the car. And for this year, I was just going to go ahead and run it. But if we get much deeper into it, yeah, that's right. You got to paint the bond. You got to prime it, paint it, get it sealed. And not just primer, because primer absorbs water, unless you use primer sealer.
Why won't these come out?
You wet sand Bondo, it will bubble.
This is torture. This is one of those levels of hell. How did this happen?
Special Agent James, 460 swap in the future. Here, Mrs. One-Eyed Cats here. Good evening. Here's the deal with the engine swap. Back in the 70s and early 80s, I had Ford stuff all over the place. And I really liked the Ford stuff I had. But when I moved from California out to Ohio, well, Arizona and then Ohio, none of that stuff went with me. Because I just couldn't carry, a bunch of old engines, transmissions, bell housings, all the crap I had. So it all went away. Is anything on fire? Something smells. Or it's just hot. So now I don't have a lot of Ford stuff. I have an extra C4 transmission. I think that's about it. But I got a small block Chevy over there that's a fresh engine with a turbo 350 behind it. I've done swaps like that before. Did we try welding a nut on the stud?
The problem is that if I twist hard enough,
it breaks the
it
stud.
breaks off.
When she's twisting she's using what do you call it? Stupid plumbing wrench. A pipe wrench. She's using a pipe wrench and gripping the stud pretty darn hard. And she's able to grip the stud hard enough that when she's twisting on it, she snapped the stud off flush with the head. So now we're trying another one because there were 5 of them that the heads broke off the bolts. So, because they're bolts, they're not studs. They look like studs now because the heads broke off. So, Tao says, how did this happen? Old car, old metal, many heat and cool cycles in moist environment is how it happened. Yeah. Andrew Button. Bondo is not meant to replace metal. Bondo attached to window screens, T-shirts, and old magazines have at times been used to replace metal. Yeah, that Spitfire we had was window screens. I think the whole bottom of the body was window screens and Bondo. Big, someplace. I think most of it was about an inch thick. Some of it was more than an inch thick on window screens. Weld nut to bolt is an old trick if you can.
Too late now.
Well, yeah, because that you've got a couple of them that busted off flat. You got three of them that are busted off flush, and you've got what, four of them that are sitting there with sticking out. And I heated the shit out of it. There we go again, max headroom. That camera must be getting warm. I like using the weld and nut trick. The heat from the welder helps a lot. Yeah, but then I suppose, I mean, you're heating the stud, which is going to expand it inside the hole. But I guess it does break the, or it could break the rust loose. I mean, we could take a nut and screw it on the threads and then weld it with the MIG on the upper surface. Even with broken flush, I've done it many times. Hold a bead of weld along the bolt, get close to the head. That'll put more heat in it than the torch. Also give a shape to the grip. You understand what he means. Put like a ridge on the stud so you have a grip surface. But
Problem
it is
is when I
gripping.
twist hard enough, it breaks the stud.
Uh,
The extra heat, I don't know. He had a friggin' torch in there.
we got overheating camera, overheating manifold studs. Well, she's able to grip it tight enough to twist the stud off. So, I mean, it's
It's not a matter of where he grips it.
it grips it.
It's a simple matter of weight ratios.
Doable if you have a MIG welder.
5-ounce bird cannot carry a 1 pound coconut.
Oh, we have a MIG welder, all right. Oh, really? Why are we having this problem?
Well, you bought a 47-year-old car.
How hard is to get this head off here?
You have to take all the bolts out.
Yeah, but I mean, what I know
Push rods. It's push rods.
Yeah, but what else has to come off? The intake manifold is part of the head.
Point the hot camera at it.
Let's put the camera down.
It'll jerk it loose. No, he means the heat of the camera.
I know what he means, the hot camera. The engine will cool the camera off, and the camera will heat the engine up. Maybe we just started up, the exhaust will heat it up. Oh. The other thing about pulling the head is you got to drain the cooling system. That makes a mess.
Yup. All the fun.
It's disabled now.
Laser? Yeah. Cut it out with a laser.
What would it take to make a set of motor mounts for that Chevy?
I don't know. Whoever put the motor mounts on the cross member, it looks like they used can you see the oh, you don't have the light anymore. Can you see how the motor mounts are welded on? Looks like you used spray foam to weld the motor mounts on.
Elephant shit.
It's bad. Whoever was welding that day, I think it's their first day on the job. They
Somebody
came
worked in the upholstery shop, and the welder was out sick,
that
so they
day.
moved the guy over there from the
Yeah.
upholstery shop.
Somebody who worked in the cafeteria, they had them welding that day.
Well, at least in the cafeteria, they're probably used to using heat.
That's true.
More.
Oh, Kim, can you show us latecomers what the problem is? I believe I can. Let me turn the other camera back on.
Yeah,
That, I know.
too close.
I know. All right, we got the other camera. I'm gonna see if I can get you guys on the other camera. There's the other camera. And there we go. Sorry for the dizziness here. Give you guys the business. Exhaust manifold was removed, and those are bolts, not studs, but the heads are busted off. Yep. Age-old problem. That's right. The ancient Egyptians had hieroglyphic. That was a swear word, specifically aimed at the problem with studs. Let me see if I can give you any better. It's really hard to get in here close while he's working without being in his way. You know? You guys understand how that works? I already broke a couple off. Trying to get the
Broke
manifold.
every one of them. But you
No.
got a couple out.
4 came out without breaking. Got to get those bolts glowing hot. That's not going to work.
No, because you don't want the bolt hot. You
I
want
want
the
the hole.
you want the hole hot where it expands around it. Get the bolt too hot, and then it's just going to twist, and it's going to swell up inside the hole. Part of the problem is the big old head's absorbing all the heat. So as soon as I heat it, before the heat travels away, you got to get in there and start cranking on. Kim, are you ready with that wrench?
No, I got the camera. Let me put the camera down.
Okay.
I was shocking it with the hammer. It's not working. It's really resisting. Stop resisting. What did I do with the wrench? All right.
You ready?
Ready as I'll ever be.
Torch is off.
Thank you.
Those are stuck. Kevin Smith says, "Stupid question. Maybe left-handed thread." No, I hope not.
It's not. I can
No,
see
because
the
you
threads.
can see the threads. It's right. Buff is shaking. Is he okay? Well, see this hand. Oh, she's got that camera up. You can't see me. My left hand shakes.
You
My
can
right
change
hand
the
does.
camera angle if you choose.
Oh, they're watching you do this. 38 Racing. Heat, beat, and repeat. Do you have any candle wax? Dandy penetrate move. Heating the bolt will expand it. That's true. When it expands, it helps bust the rust bond. Yeah, and then she's already twisted them off, so I'm kind of afraid of overheating the stud. But Is that stud moving?
It is, yeah.
The stud's moving. Okay, then.
I don't know if it's broken off and it's just
Okay,
slowly
so now
breaking.
let's hit it with some penetrating oil and keep moving it. You have penetrating oil?
That's what I'm holding.
Okay. Oh, Croyle. Okay, and I don't know how to focus this camera, but I can try. It's not focused in the right place.
Where's it need to be? In or out?
There. It was focused on
I'll
your.
bring it over here so we can see a little better. Move your foot. Thank you.
You're wasting the heat.
It's as loose as it's gonna get with heat now. It come out.
It's moving. Hey, we got one moving.
It's free. Free as the wind blows. Free as the grass grows.
She's got one of them undone.
Oh, victory!
Hey, well, I guess I got enough heat on it. Wish I would have got enough heat on the one above it, but I didn't.
Well, all of the other bottom ones already came out, so the bottom ones seem to be.
Oh, the bottom ones are the ones that came out, so they're not. The top ones are all stuck.
All the top ones broke. Bottom ones. This is the only bottom one that broke. So some precedent for the bottom ones coming out. Top ones, not so much.
Kevin Smith, like I said, weld a header on it and done. Oh, the whole header?
Weld it.
I got a set of headers, but then we'd have to have they're basically duals, so then you gotta hook it up underneath.
Cast ironing.
Yeah, weld the whatever that is, whatever that coating is on the headers, weld that to the cast iron head.
Yeah, just stick a weld.
And Gorilla Glue.
That's tempting.
Cut her down garage. That's nice work. Kim, turn the bolt until it sits up, then tap on it while playing. I think you got it out, didn't you?
It's coming out.
She's had it turn and turn and turn. It just isn't all the way out.
I need an easier wrench to manipulate.
All right.
Flowers.
Well, maybe we can get. I'll just get more. Let's get more carried away with the torch on the other ones. I mean, what's the worst thing that happened? We ruined the head and got to replace it anyway. I don't think we will.
Do you want me to take the carburetor off?
Why?
I don't put a lot of heat on things. I don't think it's going to be a problem.
Neither do I, because I'm making sure I don't put the torch on the carburetor. I'm putting it all around. I'm putting it right inside the port, so it gets some heat up in there, and then I'm putting it all around the stud, right on the surface of the head there. But up inside the port, it heats everything there. Kevin, so this is rookie employee here. Hey, look at that. Oh, got a switch. Switch.
Switch pitch.
That's one of them. Dick Dastardly, how you doing? Hey, Dick Dastardly, you just missed. Kim got a.
I got one out.
Kim got one of the bolts out.
One out of.
Kim decided to pull my exhaust manifold last night while I was sleeping, and she got the exhaust manifold off, but she broke the heads off. What, 6 of the bolts? So now we're trying to extract what looks like studs. What look like studs, but they're not. They're broken off bolts. And then we can put an exhaust manifold gasket on it and put it back together.
Lovely. There's the the remains of the gription that I was using with that pipe wrench.
Gription. Oh yeah, she ground it off kind of like a nut or a bolt.
No, that was the other one. This one.
Oh, that
one just stripped
did that
around
by
like
itself.
Yeah.
Well, you aren't going to get that head that hot. Yeah, I know. I know. I just don't want to do it up inside the. You know what happens is I'm a little bit concerned because I put the torch up inside the port. That flame comes back and the whole torch is just covered with flame because it's all coming back out. And I don't want to heat up the torch tip to the point where the gases explode inside the tip. I don't know if that could happen, but I have a little bit of little concern.
See, stray bullet, I was hopeful that once I had the manifold off, that I was going to get what you're talking about right there. Once you break the head off and then take the part off, the bolt is only finger tight. But not in this case. They are in there.
Okay, Kim, I want to start heating again, but now we got a camera in the way. Oh, and we got ads coming up. 30 seconds. We got ads. This is a good time to be over here heating while we got ads. Take your.
Crawl.
I don't want any explosives around. I don't know.
Take the wrenches out of the way until we're ready for them. So you don't
Just
have
so
to
be ready with. Shaking.
Proof of concept. Credit karma. You get 2 points. Everybody needs a karmatic credit experience, right? There he is. This is the eternal struggle. Just so you guys, next time you guys hit problems like this, you'll know you're not alone. You'll say, I remember when Buff and Kim fought on that cylinder head on that Ford 200, and they really worked hard on it. Every big block Mopar engine I had in a street car had at least one bolt broke off in the head. Was starting to think Mopar did it for some. For some? Mopar did it? From the factory, they broke those head bolts off. I mean, the problem is they go through a billion heat cycles in their lifetime. Nothing worse than an exhaust leak tick. Yeah, it was really obvious because it was popping against the firewall. It was making a smoky spot back there, and you could just hear it going. Makes them sound like junk. I mean, people who don't know think there's something wrong with it. Like, oh, what's that noise? Yeah. And it's just like, we want the vehicle to be serviceable. We want parts to move we don't want to be, oh, we can't take that apart because it's not going to go back together right. Like sometimes,
I figured I'd just leave this until after No Name Nationals and then put a different engine in. But now,
if we can at least get half of the bolts, we can put it back together like that.
Geez.
Half them bolts were not doing nothing anyways, but
That's why it had an exhaust plate.
yeah, that's why I didn't exhaust it. One of those bolts wasn't even tight.
Okay, Kim, this time I'm going to the next one going forward from where you were. So you know which one I'm heating.
Okay. I see what you're doing. Sounds good.
I'll stay on it here a few minutes.
Yep. That's why I got rid of my side pipes, because headers don't like missing bolts. Classic car problems. Old car problems. Always loose bolts. On side pipes, they rattle.
Yeah,
Rattle
why
stuff
couldn't this
loose.
be a loose bolt problem?
You know, they're fun. This is why I came to a stop with my 454. First manifold bolt broke. Tim says Harbor Freight must really miss me. They keep showing me ads. Yeah, Tim, where have you been?
Hey, we got Harbor Freight again.
Yeah, we have a Harbor Freight here in Clark.
First thing they're going to do is get a warranty soon.
Yeah, we have parts, bad parts that we have to take back to them. Oh, there's your butt.
Quit showing my
I
butt.
can see your butt. Didn't they have thread lock back then? Well, I don't know. The problem with thread locker, doesn't thread locker release with heat?
Red does.
Red
Well,
does.
just this time, I want to put anti-seize on everything.
I mean, it's 47 years old. We don't think it has ever been apart. So, crack patch for Buff. He's good. He's wearing his Duluth stuff. That keeps your butt crack hidden. You
Oh,
don't.
yeah, they even advertise that.
Yeah. Duluth always says they're.
Shirt tail's a little longer. It's a Greg by Obama t-shirt, so shirt tails pull out because they're too short.
Mm-hmm. Red doesn't come loose. Well, there you go. Maybe.
So it comes loose with heat. Takes about like 250 degrees. Why they shouldn't use a red on the engine. Okay, Kim, you need to start getting ready with your whatever you're gonna use on this.
All right. Getting ready. Okay.
You ready?
Yeah.
What's it off? Oh, geez. That'll harden the shit up.
Well, I was trying to.
I know what you're doing. I know what you're doing. Cooling off the stud. It moved.
Yep.
Where's the coil?
It's on the table over there.
Got it. Hey, we're doing something right. Here. Okay, that's two that are loosened. Red doesn't come loose. Yeah, red. The right way to get red off is with heat, and you don't need a lot. I don't know what it is, 300 degrees or something like that.
Oh, this is such a relief. We got two off. That's really important.
Well, I'm learning.
You really gave it the heat this time.
Well, on that one, there's a spot there that's thin enough that it actually turned red.
Oh, good. Okay. Well, now we have a. Like I said,
that's what she was using, the little short 8-inch pipe wrench. That's what you were using, right? Or you were. Now
That's what I was using. Now I'm using channel locks, the locking pliers. Chanel
Chanel.
number 5 locks. That's for ladies.
Yeah, spray that on there. See where that gets you.
Ask AI to make a video for that. You'll get 1 million views. Chanel number 5 locks.
Vice grip saves the world.
Here we go.
Look at that.
Where are we at? It won't focus on.
No, you got to show it on this camera.
Still smoking.
Okay.
She's out. I don't even have to work as hard on that one.
I'm just gonna work forward, so you know which one I'm on. All right.
Yeah. This one isn't as rusty as the last one, so.
I burned all the rust off of it.
Excellent. Keep up the. That's a plan. Burn all the rust off. Can you see okay? I see there's some stuff in the way.
I think I'm okay.
Let me use the brush here and brush off the dust, or you don't.
Oh, I just want to put some heat on.
I got this brush. Let me get the rust off so get the heat where you want. Oh, that one's dicey. I'm worried that one's gonna break.
Yeah, I can't see that one very well. There's stuff in the way.
Yeah.
I'm shaky.
I can see from over here. You want me to do it? You want the chair? You can sit right here and see.
Oh, I got the cords all hooked in the buffers.
Well, don't do that.
So yeah, whatever all that crap is, it's just getting hot and blowing off.
All right. It's not too hot for your bright for your eyes, is it?
Well, brightness is all a little piece of carbon shit that are burning off. Rust or whatever it is.
My warden never worked on a car with me. She just yells, "Are you done with that stupid thing?" She's not a car guy. Yeah, lots of women aren't car guys. On my Facebook, I have some women who work in shops. I like Diesel Queen. I just like her because she's pretty. I don't really care what she works on. And there's this other woman who runs a shop. She runs the shop. She's the boss, and she's always working on stuff and doing. She has a lot of short videos. My car is calling Buff's car a youngster. Yeah, it is, Tim. Hey, young buck, give up them studs. Why don't you cooperate a little bit? It's hard to see, but you can actually get at it pretty good with the torch because that's the double port. So you can put the whole torch head in there if you want.
Good. I don't really want the torch to get that hot because then the flame comes back and just engulfs the torch tip.
Yeah, I know.
So I'm being a little cautious with that.
Hippie Long says, I see lots of room in there for a turbo. You pull out the charcoal canister and the air conditioner, and all of a sudden there's a big opening right there beside the motor for a turbo.
The hell with the gasoline. Let's just put oxygen and acetylene down the carburetor.
There you go. Hey, Miss One-Eyed Cat is here. Says Don's in Ohio this weekend. He took his 4.4 Modi to have it rebuilt, and he took the transmission that John Cope built? He took it? Okay. He can have a new Cope racing transmission and a rebuilt 440. That's going to be a heck of a get up and go in that little car. That's awesome. What are you doing while he's gone? Kicking back and relaxing. Enjoying the quiet.
Kim, are you ready when I say try it?
I am ready.
Hardest part is on my knees. I'm gonna have to get up in a hurry. Oh. Okay, torch is off.
Thank you.
Kevin Smith, gotta love those painted coffee cans Ford used for emissions back then. Oh, wasn't that a wasn't that a what do you call it? A vacuum canister, vacuum uh, reservoir?
Yeah. Come on, you.
Well, I'll tell you what. I'm glad we're doing this on an inline six in a '78 car and not in a like a 2021 or a 2022 car with V6 front driver or something. You couldn't do this. Is it moving? Nope.
I swear I saw something. No.
John or Juan Valdez must have worked at Ford. Yeah. What the hell is he going to put
It's
his?
breaking off.
It broke off. Here's your pen signal. You're not going to need.
Not gonna need it.
Cut her down garage, roomy. Okay, so we broke another one.
Okay. Lovely. That one was pretty rusty.
You know what you didn't do this time? You didn't spray cold water on it.
We're tapping on a hammer.
I wonder if spraying the cold water on it shrunk it at all, and maybe that helped.
I don't know. I'll fill the spray bottle up and we'll try it next time.
Okay, hanging on the wheel.
All right. Yeah, it's empty.
I don't know. It's just like one of those.
It's
like one of those guesses, you know.
Yeah, it's like throw salt over your shoulder because it worked that one time. I don't know. Maybe.
You can make statistics mean whatever you want them to mean.
It seemed like a good idea. That's why I did it. So I don't know, but I'm not going to promise it had anything to do with actual success.
Oh, theirs was the charcoal canister for the gas tank vent system. I know somebody is using those big cans for vacuum reservoir. I don't remember if it was Ford or not.
Yeah, Ford does them. Ford has them. Some vehicles older than this, I think. I'm not sure. The charcoal canister's over there. It's just a plastic thing. It's a plastic vented canister. It's a pretty standard looking thing. Last one.
My grease is open again.
Make it or break it.
Pants are starting to fall. Old man pants.
Old man pants. Kevin Smith says his LTD had those cans for headlight vacuum.
Oh yeah, that's what I thought. They were vacuum reservoirs. That's what I remember. Kim, do we have a foam around here I can kneel on so I'm not my knees aren't.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is.
This big one right here?
You could use that one. I mean, that is kind of big. Huge. But it'll work. I don't trip and fall. I can't control this fork. It's hooked on something again. Jeez.
There you go. That's the stuff there. Record a moment of that.
I'm having such a hard time controlling this.
Good stuff. Sure is stuff.
That thing's my left hand shakes. So I try to help with my left hand, it gets worse.
I try to help if it's the worst.
Hmm? That one that broke off, that last one, there's still a big piece sticking out.
Yeah, I know. You could try again.
I don't know if there's enough to grab onto it.
Could be.
Just cut a slot in and use a screwdriver.
Yeah, I'm sure it'll come right out. I'm sure I won't break the screwdriver and be able to do that. Because the wrench wasn't enough, but a screwdriver blade will surely be.
Shakiness sucks.
Buddy Carfana says getting down is the easy part.
Yeah, try to fall up.
Smuggling charcoal is a felony in West Virginia.
Charcoal. Coal.
Hippie Long asks, I wonder how many of those cans the Border Patrol has opened.
Hey, Kim, are you ready with your stuff?
Oh, I suppose as ready as I'll ever be.
I shut this torch off. You're gonna have to get that foam out of the way, or you're gonna have to deal with it or something.
I'll be able to get to it.
Torch is off. Okay, let me grab this phone.
Hey, if that does anything.
I don't know where I am. Somewhere in that.
There's a hammer. There it is. Get some shocker.
Shock.
Get a shocker.
A valiant effort. Hippie Long, this is how a complete top end job gets started. It broke off.
Right off. It was already busted. It was just waiting to piss us off. All right. Well, that's only 6 or 7 or 8 extractions we got to do.
What do you want to do with that one that's got a nub sticking out?
I think we should push it out in the yard and have the guy come and crush it.
You know, yesterday I had a daily driver, and today we got a car we're going to crush.
Yep, that's about how I feel about it right now.
Nobody can see us because we got the wrong camera on. Where you are, you're like, this camera's not pointing the right way. You're still not in the picture. Your knee's in the picture. So,
Well, that was productive. We got what? One.
2 bolts out. How can you not be done? You started last month. Straight bolt. That's how my projects usually end up, if you're providing the money is there, of course. Right now, well, Kim, I'm gonna go look through my drawers, which doesn't mean my pants. I'm gonna go look through my toolbox drawers and see if I can find the reverse wound drill bits.
Do you want to end the stream?
Oh, you're done for the night?
It's 3.5 hours.
Have we really been here? We have been 3.5 hours.
And you're talking about walking away from it, so.
Oh, no, I was talking about walking over there and looking for the reverse wound drill bits. I didn't realize we've been here for 3.5 hours. 3.5 hours, got 2 studs out. Okay, tomorrow we have to get this thing movable. So that, because Monday we've got my grandson's car coming in for a brake job. So we're going to have, yeah, hurry up, get that aluminum Spitfire running so you have a daily driver. It's got more work than this does, I hope. Not that I hope it's more work. I hope this is less work. Oh, you sit here with the stream. I'm going to look for those drill bits. And then we'll close it down. And I thought I had that heated up so well it was going to come out. And it broke.
Rod Doug says we should put a cam in it. Because that's what we're doing right now.
Yeah, we're going to be down at the camp pretty soon.
Yeah.
Just as well.
Kim, it needs a tender, loving cutting torch. You might as well turn that torch off.
I did.
Thank you, Dougster. We did try. It just doesn't want to cooperate. It tried, but it's we got a couple. We didn't break them all off yet.
Well, you got what, 2 bolts out? How many bolts did came out? As bolts?
4.
4, and you got 2 studs out. So you got 6 out of the total of how many?
11
Has 11?
does. Belong says he's impressed we got 2.
He's impressed what?
That we even got 2 of them out. They were already loose, it belonged. I couldn't, if I'd have broke them off without putting the torch on them, and him being here, he'd have been really, really upset. But he sees how much, now that he sees how tight they were and how much trouble they were, he was not going to be so mad at me. Not as mad.
There's only one reason I'm not upset. Because I've been a mechanic for 55 years. So I know things like this are not unusual.
No, they're really not. Dougster says tomorrow is a new day, and now you have a grudge to settle.
I have no idea where those backwards drill bits are.
I know.
And I had them, and now I don't know where they are.
Josh says, Josh Homan says those were pretty tough. They were. They were. That was skill level 9. Are you going to Bond do the Spitfire? We're not going to Bondo the Spitfire. The Spitfire body is mostly cut apart, and we are going to build a new body. It won't look like a Spitfire. It's going to be Buffalo Campo's own design, and it will be mostly aluminum. We're going to use some of the metal, some of the steel parts of the Spitfire just for the sake of expediency. Like, it'll be faster than building every single piece from the ground up.
Like a firewall with a VIN number.
Yeah, the VIN number and stuff like that. Those parts we'll maintain them just for expediency. It'll go faster than building everything from scratch. And really, there's no advantage, very little weight advantage for the parts that we'll use. I mean, aluminum overall is going to be lighter, but like the couple of parts that we maintain from the original Spitfire are not going to add a ton of weight. We've got them all.
Kim, I don't know where that is. Can you help me ravel this up? And I'm going to roll this back out of the way.
The Buffmobile. Na 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 Buffman. 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 Golden crispy. Bad guys.
Okay. I need to roll. You just
straddle
the hose.
I gotta get stuff out.
Yeah.
You just gotta wait until I get myself situated here. It's hours and hours we've been working it out.
You're punchy. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go home and I'm going to turn on YouTube and watch somebody taking out studs with a torch. I'll find somebody that I can sit there and watch them in that misery.
That's what you want to do?
I don't know. Well, at least I won't have the torch in my hand. Okay. What are those drill bits? Oh. See what I have is some drill bits. I have a set of drill bits that are reverse wound. So that if you're drilling out a stud, when the drill bit catches, it's more likely to unscrew the stud than it is to jam it in tight. But I don't know where those drill bits are. They're elusive. Patrick, who came in? Oh, Patrick Sullivan's here. Hello. Oh, you missed all the fun. That might be warm down there, Kim. Dougster says 25 from Buffco Industries and Buffington Property Investments with consideration from Buffing Up. That's Good's machine. I'm sure he's done that a few times. Yeah, see, and that's what I'm thinking is that somebody like a machine shop, they'd have this head off up on the bench and probably propped up somehow so use a drill press at the right angle to get the drill the studs out. I don't really want to do that inside the engine compartment, some weird angle, and then have the drill, it's going to crawl off the center of the stud and screw the hole up.
Sure is. That's how these things happen.
Cut her down. I have a video on extracting full floater studs on my 94 Dude. Kevin Smith, the LC Dennis Collins found a 66 Mustang at 1,200 original miles. Runs and drives.
Time travel.
You know the best part of being up here tonight, Kim? You brought me that food and I feel better. I was in trouble. I knew I couldn't walk to the house without help. And now I'm fine. I had some major imbalance in my system. Oh, this thing's heavy.
Boy, the battery tray looks nice.
This is what Kim took off, just so you can see it. That sucker's heavy. God, the headers weigh way less than that.
66 Mustang with 1,200 original miles. That's time travel stuff. Who has money to buy a car? The 66 Mustang was a nice car, but it was not like super trophy museum car, right? Who buys that and then never drives it? It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Time travelers. The only explanation for why somebody would put their money in that car and sit on it all that time, never use it. Who did he buy it? He probably didn't even buy it from the original owner. The person who bought it.
I did that with a '69 Camaro. Hardly drove it at all. Kept in the garage. Pull it out every 6 months. Change the oil on it. Drive it around like 5 minutes and put it away.
Who did?
I did that. I did that on a '69 Camaro for years. And then I sold it to a guy. Actually, my former wife sold it to a guy. And that asshole went around and told everybody I lied to him and I turned the odometer back. It's like, I should have just driven it. Just some jerk. Just going around telling everybody what a ripoff I was. That I turned the odometer back and lied to him.
The lady was afraid to drive it.
I have that story about it.
There is some of that sometimes.
It was a really nice '69 Camaro. It had 70,000 miles on when I got it from original owner. And then it had I don't know, I probably put 7,000 or 8,000 on it. 3 or 4 years I had it. Yeah, you know what I need. This isn't enough. It's not juicy enough yet. But I gotta wipe this off before I put more.
Happens all the time. I don't know if it happens all the time. It has happened. It doesn't happen all the time.
This is the bad squirt bottle, isn't it? Yeah, it's making squirties every way except where I want it to go. Yeah, I remember that guy that got that Camaro. I don't remember his first name, but I remember his last name. That really pisses me off. I should have just driven the car, like put 50,000 miles on it and enjoyed the shit out of it. Then he could have said it. Wouldn't matter.
I don't know. Museums are going out of style. People don't frequent museums like they maybe used to, and the museums are having a hard time paying for the value of the real estate that they're sitting on with that museum keeps going up, right? But their revenue doesn't keep increasing to match. and just their property taxes are enough that they cannot justify keeping the piece of property to have a museum that doesn't make money. So they end up selling the property and liquidating the assets of the museum. That's happening a lot. And they don't call it that. They don't call it out like that. But like, who was it? There's a guy that fixes motorcycles or rides old motorcycles. I can't remember his name, but he's in Tennessee. He gets old motorcycles. He just bought a last year. He just bought a bunch of old motorcycles from auction. It was a museum that was oxygen auctioning off all the stuff that they had in their collection because they were closing down. There's a lot of small museums that they don't have funding. The way they stay open is by giving letting people, view the museum and tours, and people come and they see it once. All the local people have already seen it. It's not like a big attraction, and tourism is way down, and there's
Read
a lot
what
of
Doug said.
places going.
Second one up from the bottom.
My ex-girlfriend's grandfather owned a Pontiac dealership, and he ended up not selling it. A '60 Pontiac Safari as a new car. He finally put it in storage, new. When his son bought it in the '90s, it had 125 miles. I know there's a lot of cars like in China that they don't get driven; they just sit around. But
What's that? What's the museum that's up there in Michigan that everybody goes to? Car museum. It's like on acres of land.
Stray Bullet says there are some good museum cars that get sold every once in a while.
Oh, Dale Waxler. I remember him.
Maggie Valley Motorcycle Museum. I mean, the thing of it is
I
running a
remember
museum
that.
is there's a lot of expense, and I mean, like, how do you make a ton of money on a museum? A lot of people now they're just looking at their phones. They're looking at pictures on the internet.
This is One Eyed Cat. I'm back. I was cooking lunch and for tomorrow. Well,
Good
you
work,
missed
Miss
you
One
missed
Eyed
what
Cat.
we did.
We had a nice dinner. I cooked a bunch
Oh,
of
she
food.
made a great
We
dinner
sat here
for
and
me.
ate for the first
We
hour and a half.
we ate in front of everybody for an hour. Oh,
Oh, he died of a heart attack, and his son owns it now.
yep. He worked with his son. Yeah, I knew he was gone. But he had a TV show, or there was a TV show that had him on there a lot. So I watched him.
Every motorcycle ran too.
Yeah, the Gilmore Museum, the Henry Ford Museum, Ransom E. Olds Museum. I didn't know about that one, but the Gilmore Museum is the one that I keep hearing about. And of course, Henry Ford
They're
Museum.
just
That'd be
not as
good.
big of an attraction as they might have been in the past. And
Reason we don't go there, it's a pretty good stretch to drive up there. And right now, I can't drive my car.
your car's broken
My
again,
car's broken again.
man.
My girlfriend broke it without even driving it.
I did. I broke his car. I broke it.
She broke my car by trying to fix it. She was trying to fix it. She's trying to fix it. Well, it'll be fixed. It's just going to be more work.
We gotta break it more.
We got to bring it more before we can fix it more.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay, what else do we need to do here? I got to remember to take that mustard dressing, whatever that is, back. I don't know, Kim. What do you want to do?
it's the way to Bookie Bumbles.
Oh. They have one of three stainless steel 36 Fords. Yeah, you know where the other two are. I know where the other two are, and I've seen the other two. I didn't know that. The other two, one of them's in Cleveland at whatever that car museum is in Cleveland, and the other one's in Pittsburgh. What's the car museum in Pittsburgh?
There's a couple. There's a Frick Museum. Has some cars.
What's the other one? Well, anyway, I saw one of them in Pittsburgh. I saw one of them in Cleveland, and there's a third one that I haven't seen. You know, what other cars did Ford make stainless? Do you know? They made a big Lincoln Continental, the ones with the suicide doors. I don't know, it was like a 61 or 2 or 3. I don't remember which year it was. But they made some of those out of stainless, not very many. And then they made, there was another car they made out of stainless, and I don't remember what the third one. Maybe a Thunderbird or something. I don't remember what the third one was. But I know the big Lincoln and the 36 Ford. The 36 Ford is one of my favorite body styles ever. I think that's a great looking car. Uh, Packard Museum's in Pittsburgh. I didn't go to that.
The Packard Museum?
My former wife one time says, you got to take some vacation. I took 2 days. I managed to get the guy to let me have 2 days off. So we went Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and we went to Pittsburgh and just toured, which was pretty close to where we lived. We just toured around and we went to some museums and rode on a boat out in some river.
Gateway Clipper boat.
Something where we ate dinner on a boat out in the river. And then we went up that stupid slope thing, those rails that go up.
Incline, yeah.
The incline scared the shit out of me. And then I was going to walk back down, but instead I got in that stupid thing and closed my eyes and came down.
Walk down.
You can walk down. I looked on Google. It take a while, but you could walk down. What are you doing? Going out what? That looks like the wrong angle.
Looks like the what?
The wrong angle. You're going from the back side of that stud?
Yeah.
Looks like the wrong angle.
Wrong angle. Huh?
Looks very steep, and that stud is very shallow. They must be super popular if it takes 2 plants to build them. Poster says you can see the new Camaro being loaded on the train cars from the highway almost round the clock. Oh. Straight it says some museums exist solely as tax shelters. That might be why they don't have money anymore, because fewer and fewer tax shelters. Kim told me we were going to quit and go home, and then she got a drill out and started drilling. I assume that means we're here drilling for a while. Oh, where is that plastic battery tray that came out of this car? I want to take that home with me. I'll do some. All right, I'm going to do some measuring. I might do some measuring right here, right now. Maybe. Do we have measuring tape handy? No. Here's one somewhere around here. Somebody had questions about this. I didn't know who it was. Lester Reese.
Kevin Smith says he wishes his wife would fix his manifold. I wish my wife would fix my manifold.
We're not married.
You're not a wife.
10. 26R in it.
Bill Hara lit his cigars with $100 bills.
I don't think that's true. Bill Hara, he had a hell of a museum. I went through that when it was at, I don't know if any of it's left. I think a lot of that got moved to other museums. But I went through there and they had some really good stuff. They had some Cords there, and they had Chrysler Turbine car there, and they had Tucker. I mean, that place is just full of cars. And I was with some people that were kind of mildly interested in cars, but they were making me hurry, and I really wanted to look at everything, but at least I got to see it. But I had to hurry. I'm kind of like that in museums. People want me to hurry because I go through the museum too slow. Hey, I know what car I made that. I soldered that end on the battery cable yesterday when we were putting the gas in your car. I noticed it was your car.
Cool.
Cords are cool cars. My favorite cord is the 36 810 Westchester. The 810 Beverly, the trunk came down, then it pooched out like this to make the trunk bigger. But the one that had just the slope back, that the trunk wasn't very big. I mean, that thing looked great. And then they used the same bodies. That all the dies were sold to um, people that build the Hutmobile and the Gram. So both the in 40 and 41, the Hutmobile and the Gram used the same body as the Cord 810 from the firewall back, but from the firewall forward they had different sheet metal, and the floors were different, and they were rear drivers, and the Cord was a front driver. Well, a lot of it's still in Reno, huh? And you know what's close to here? We're about an hour away from the Corvette Museum. I'm gonna have to take Kim up there sometime. I don't know if you can walk around long enough up
I
there.
shot a man in Reno
Really, that's a song.
just to
Watch
him
him
die.
die. Yeah, I've heard that before. There was another museum I went through in Hawaii, but it was in the automotive museum. It was the Fort DeRussy Museum, and it was all military stuff, and a lot of it was uh, Japanese submarines and Japanese uh, tanks and things from World War II. A lot of stuff from World War II, and I was going through that too slow. And I was with a couple of military guys, and they was like, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. Oh, Foose is doing a Duesenberg. That'll be interesting. The I-80 truck stop in Iowa has a truck museum that's worth checking out. I-80 truck stop, huh? Kim has warrants in Reno.
Nope, there was no evidence.
The I-80 truck stop is an impressive place. Well, I'll have to remember that. I have gone up back and forth on I-80 so much, and so many times I've just passed up the things I want to see because I was in a hurry to get to where I was going. And one of them is on I-80. There's somewhere I think it's on the western end of Nebraska somewhere. There's the Pony Express Museum, and there's all kinds of stuff along I-80, and I always just fly by it all, or drive by it all. Always in a hurry. One day I'll stop. Kim, you stopped at a museum with your friend when you were moving her to Oregon.
Oh, there was airplanes.
And it was an airplane place, and you sent me pictures, and the first airplane you sent me a picture of was one I knew about that I'd seen at Chinook Air Force Base, and I go, oh, I know that airplane, and it was a B-58 big four-engine bomber that said Grease Lightning on it. It held a speed record for what was it to from Tokyo to London, I think, and yeah.
Wow.
Change subject. Y'all don't have a shop dog. No. The only animals we have are wild animals. The wild animals are fine because if we want to go somewhere, they take care of themselves. And the wild animals, all I feed them is just some scraps. Yeah, B-58 Hustler, that's it. It was at Chinook Air Force Base, and now it's at whatever museum you went to. You stopped and you were sending me pictures, and I'm like, oh, you're there. Why aren't I there? Uh, Tim says, I used to stay at that I-80 truck stop all the time because there was always a parking place. And that's one thing. When you're driving cross country a lot, you learn where all the parking spaces are that are good for the size vehicle you drive. And a lot of times I was driving like a pickup truck with a pretty good sized trailer behind it. So it's kind of small to sit where the semis do, but sometimes that's all you can do. And then, man, sometimes there's some big rest areas like in Texas. They have enormous new uh, rest areas where they just never fill them up. But most of the rest areas, they're uh, yeah, there's not enough parking. Evergreen Museum. I don't know. UGG dogs kind of interrupt his
They
live
bark a
streams.
lot.
I have been there sitting there with those dogs going crazy.
Got more dogs,
They
more
got more
crazier
dogs.
dogs than ever.
It's automatic, hydromatic, ultramatic. Boys, it's grease leg.
Grease lightning.
That's a fast airplane. That's like they went like supersonic from London to or from Tokyo to London. That's a pretty good stretch. That's like halfway around the world. Well, Kim, what you think?
Gotta get this done.
Yeah, but we're only out of time for tonight. I think we need to sit on it for tonight and decide if we want to try to drill from in there, if we want to pull the head.
Yeah.
Pulling the head's going to be a pain in the ass, but
Drilling all these from.
drilling those from down there is going to be maybe not even possible. And then after doing all that work and getting the holes crooked, making mistakes, then we can pull the head off and try to fix it. You know?
Yeah. That's always the best way to
So I want to think about it overnight. And right now it's basically a pushmobile, but we can push it straight out of here into a space where we can get cars in and out. And then we'll have to push it back in somehow. I suppose we could start up with it totally uncorked, but got mag drill.
Mm-hmm.
Gotta watch CWM. Still gonna be late night for me. CWM. What's CWM? Oh, Cold War Motors. Is that what that is? I should probably go. I don't know what I should do. Look up, find out what a head gasket costs. You know, I bought a head gasket for the Valiant from Rock Auto, and we got it. You know what they done? It was kind of long. You know, it's for a slant six. They folded it in half and put it in a smaller box. So I got online right away, bitched about it, and they sent me another one. They sent me a second one that wasn't folded in half, and then and didn't charge me for it. And they just wanted me to send the other one back, so I did. Sound like a World War One airplane uncorked. Yep. Get them bolts out. Oh God, Mrs. One Eyed Cat says that. Oh yeah, but it's midnight. Well, you know how late it is. It's even later where you are. It's what 12:30 a.m. I think we're gonna end it and pretty soon here, and then I don't know. I'm thinking the best way to get those studs out of there is to pull the head off, get up on a bench. Might even be able to. That head's kind of big. I'm thinking we put it in a drill press and get it all braced up exactly right and drill straight. But that's going to be a big thing in the drill press. You probably put it on a table and be able to drill fairly straight. Yeah, Kevin Smith, 1 a.m. here. Cold War Motors Weekly. I don't think I've ever watched that. Dougster 133. Oh yeah, you're in that crooked time zone. You're like further west than us, but it's earlier. Not much further west. We're almost as far east as you can get in Tennessee and still be in Central Time. Much further. It's a little bit further, but much further, and we'd be in Eastern Time. Yeah, valve job, just what I want to do. Yeah, if we get the head off, then the more project creep do a valve job. I don't know if we want it. The thing runs so good that I don't really want to mess with it. May have to put a head gasket though.
We got copper spray gasket.
Oh yeah, put the same head gasket back.
We just put it back together.
When I was in the Air Force, a friend of mine had a '48 Plymouth that was he had the front end lowered way down, back end jacked way up, had big wide Krager mags on it, and it still had the flathead 6-cylinder in it with the 3 on a tree, and it was kind of a lowrider looking thing. You had bucket seats out of a '64 Chevy. You sat kind of low in it. He thought it was cool, but it was running terrible, and we were going to drive it down to Southern California from Travis Air Force Base. Had a blown head gasket, so we pulled the flathead off and cleaned the surfaces off, and he took the head gasket. Didn't matter if it was the same right side up as upside down. So he sprayed it all with copper coat, put it on upside down, put it back on, and it ran great. We drove it to Southern California and back. Got 22 miles a gallon. With a flathead in a big car. Flathead 6, whatever size that was in 1948.
Valve seals. Yeah, probably does need valve
Yeah,
seals.
creep. Here we go. Might just as well do that while it's apart. Might as well do that.
I better port the head well about it.
No, you can't port these heads. The ports go like this. They're like terrible.
Never tell me I can't.
You can't port these heads. They're worthless heads. The only heads that are good for these are the Australian ones or New Zealand ones that are cross flow heads. They got the carburetor on one side and exhaust on the other side, and the intake bolts on. But I think there's some problem using them on this block. I'm not sure. Dean Stevenson knows all about it, I'm sure. I do not.
Bunny is made for him. That's good to hear. It's always nice to hear when people are good for each other.
Who's Scott and Bunny? Scott and Bunny.
They must be. Scott is from Cold War Motors.
Oh,
I know
okay.
that. So.
Okay. Kim, you too tired to shut down?
No. Well, guys, we put in our 4 hours tonight. I hope we were entertaining to some degree.
I never thought people trying to get studs out of the head with a torch would be entertaining, but I guess.
I don't think that was the part that was probably the most entertaining.
We're
just here and we're conversating all together. We provide a little bit of a meeting place. Hopefully, you guys feel like we have some community. It's sort of the aim.
She does trannies as well. You know, Kim pulled apart the transmission that's in her cart, the 904. She had that apart, put it together.
I've got a couple transmissions.
It works really well.
I just don't have a need for them yet. But when the night comes, I will have those transmissions up here on the bench, putting them back together. I've got kits for them. They're ready to go. That 727, I had it all apart, cleaned it out, put it all back together. The only thing I have to do is adjust the low reverse band, put a new gasket in the pan, and install it. It's ready to go.
Scott's significant other, whose nickname is Honey Bunny, or Bunny for short. Scott was a long-time bachelor.
Yeah.
Behave yourselves and be safe, y'all, especially.
Well, he and I are only kind of here together is because of the internet. The internet really can bring people together.
I found her on her YouTube channel.
Uh-oh, it's getting late. Tim's waking up the dog to go to bed.
Because Tony told me about her, so I started watching her, and then it's like, man, I want to be a stalker. Now I'm going to go find her. And then she went to No Name Nationals, and I didn't have to stalk her. She was there.
Hey, everybody who's still here this late at night, you get 4 points for staying till the end. Thank you for hanging out and for all the conversations. I'm sorry if I missed anybody's comments. If you got an advertisement and I didn't say anything about it, make sure you award yourself the 2 points that you rightfully deserve. Thanks to everybody who put up with advertisements during the stream. We do that so that we can pay for all these kilobits per second. And if you are a subscriber, so you don't get any advertisements, you get an additional 2 points here at the end because you didn't get any opportunities to get points with advertisements. You guys are great. We'll be on Tuesday night for sure, like we always are. I have a video that he doesn't even know about up on his channel, the Bucked Up, well, on
Oh,
this
I gotta
channel.
go. I gotta go put a thumbnail in
He's
there.
got to get a thumbnail together, and
She
then
does that. She'll put one up that's private, and I gotta put a thumbnail and make it public.
he's
So
never even watched it. But
so I'll do
it's
that when I
just
get home.
us talking about the things that we were doing on this before we got so deep into it.
I donate my points to the machine shop. Hey, we can go to a machine shop and you can pay for this with Kim points.
Kim points.
Kim points.
Yes, I'm going to start awarding a lot of them if the machines sells them.
Tim got a bra ad. Yeah, I mean, buy a couple of bras so you
I
for
mean,
something.
sometimes when you get older, these things eat a little bit too much fattening food. And
Too much fattening food, then you need that piece of clothing. Okay, I'm about ready to say goodnight, everybody. So good
we'll
night.
see you all
We'll see you,
soon. Thanks for being here.
see you in a day or two. Take care. Good night.